Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Well, I can't welcome you to the city just yet. Um, but I'm going to take the time to update y'all on a couple things. But before I do, let's get this countdown going on as we get Ray ready for the show. All right. Welcome to the city officially. This is episode 14 of the city, and I am your host, Kevin Impact. I'm ready to momentarily bring our guest for this episode into the show. I've heard different things. A lot of people have been looking forward to this episode for quite some time. I mean, it's been a long time in the making. This is definitely a moment a lot of people have been waiting for because we have not heard from the well-known spokesman of the Skull Brotherhood since way back in the day. Uh, those fans tuning in, MPW fans and JTV fans, I mean, we know what Ray is all about, the real Ray, and what he brings to the table, the talent and charisma that this man has. Um, and it's going to be a lot to get to here on this episode. It's going to be a lot to cover, so I don't want to take too long with preps. But I do want to take the time to thank our sponsor, the boys at Heel Turn. Shout out to y'all. Want to thank y'all always for supporting us, showing us love, having our logos and slogans on your podcast. Treb, Buck One, all love to y'all. Appreciate it. Um, and also we're here also to promote Moonlight Pro, MPW. MPW's been one of the leading forces in call professional wrestling since day one for many years that they've been in service. Uh, and for those of you that are unaware of MPW, to the JTV fan base, we're gonna have a link to the channel in the description. It goes like that. You know what I mean? There's people that know and there's people that don't know, and we want to be able to reach out to everybody that we could reach out to convey the message and to be able to have everybody know about everything. You know what I mean? There's people that might know who I am. There's people that might not know who I am. So it goes hand in hand with Ray. It goes hand in hand with MPW and JTV and everybody else that we would like to get out there. Here in this organization, we like to focus on the positive things and just growth and trying to get talent to develop and to tell stories, but also put together great shows. And Ray is my favorite promoter that's out there in call that I think is doing an excellent job. Was a very, very big fan of the last episode. I got the opportunity to come back. They gave me a little bit of airtime for me to be able to speak and give y'all some love. And uh, I want to tell y'all a million things, but we don't always have the time to talk about every single thing. We're definitely going to be taking questions from y'all, having a lot of fun here with this thing. Um, but we got to go step by step. I'm prepared. I got paperwork to talk to Ray, but also one of the best things we do here on this show is we always go off script. So we're going to be having fun with that. Expect the unexpected. We got 11 people tuning in. Please smash that like button. We appreciate it. That algorithm goes a long way when you smash that like button. So it's all love. Whether you're a lover or a hater, you're still participating. So we appreciate you. We ain't mad at you, baby. We ain't mad at you, But we got a lot of people to talk about here on this show. And even though we're going to do that and we're going to talk about MPW, like I said, this episode specifically has to be about Ray for Ray. It's very important to me. So definitely want to talk to him. But before I even say much more about that. If I got notifications going off, I apologize. I mean, this whole system is just an arsenal of just different menus. So bear with me, people. I see already mentions of the Scar Brotherhood. I see that up on top. So expect the unexpected. Who else is tuning in? I mean, you got different people. There's people in the comments. I don't think I even know. But I want to let y'all know right out the gate that we've been having issues with JTV bringing it back. There's been a lot of difficulty, and the equipment we've had going on with the PC and uh, the stuff that we previously originally had running wasn't working out. For us to go 4K and for us to continue to do the show, we've been having a lot of difficulty. It's been very difficult to get it back. There's been a lot of these podcasts going on. We did tape for Retro Slam for those wondering, and are scheduling a release date on that. But I could say that there's good news and there's bad news. So the let's just do it like this. What do y'all want first, the good news or the bad news? Let me know in the comments. What do y'all want to hear first? First person to respond is going to get the answer. Good news or bad news? Nick says, just speak. Well, I'll give y'all the bad news first. The bad news is that um, we're not going to be getting next gen on the 14th next weekend, the way we planned. We're not going to get next gen because I'm still scheduling. The show's ready to go. I was able to figure it out. It was a bitch. It took me weeks of destroying, the PC and then eventually getting with no kills, and no kills was able to help us out. So big shout out to him, and stirred me in the direction of a good terabyte that could help us out. So we got a good terabyte on hand, paid for, done, ready to go, and we're ready to continue doing our shit, which is good news and bad news. I mean, the bad news is obviously that on the 14th we're not going to be able to do it, but the good news is that this June 27th, we're going to be celebrating 10 years of JTV Next Gen. JTV Next Gen has been one of the most captivating, innovative, fastest growing brands in JTV that, I mean, some people thought it wasn't going to make it. Same with JTV 19, and we was able to put it together and it worked and it was successful. It's the same thing with MPW, so Next Gen coming up, 10-year anniversary is going to be on the 27th. So what I've decided is that we're going to release Next Gen in commemoration of the 10th year anniversary on the 28th of June. It will be scheduled for the 28th of June. And in the coming weeks, we will be taping and preparing and eventually releasing Mega Rush. So bad news is we're not coming back on the 14th, but the good news is we're back. JTV is back. So top that with your sunglasses on at the beach. I hope you got your drinks. I hope you're ready to have fun. Speaking of having fun, I want to take the time right now to introduce our guest on today's podcast called Pro Wrestling episode. I love y'all, man. I see y'all all going off in the comments. I really appreciate it. Y'all be giving me hype. Yes, sir. Thank you, No Kills. Stirred me the right way. We got a good terabyte. This is a great equipment that's here installed, and we are ready to go, man. I'm excited. This has been a long time coming. A lot of good things, a lot of good things. If I have time to get into more, I'll get more into it. But I definitely don't want to waste any more time. Race time is limited today. So let me go ahead and bring that man to the stage right now. Ray, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Good to have you here, man. I see you wasn't able to figure out your profile issue.
Yeah, I tried to.
But hey, it's kind of dope because, you got all your gimmicks on there. Ray NAKAI, BURKE LAWSON, owner of Moonlight Pro, and you in the dark. You in the dark, man. What a coincidence that the spokesman for the Skull Brotherhood is in the dark, huh, Ray? Yeah,
Yep.
man, you did a lot of damage in your time, didn't you? You did a lot of damage in your time. It's a lot of things we got to talk to, man. Talk about. But I like to welcome you to the show, sir. You are definitely a call legend, that's for sure.
hmm
There's a lot of evidence of that. But uh, how you feeling, man? How are things with you?
Pretty good. Just nervous about. Oh, there we go. Basically,
Oh, he figured it out. Look at that. Now that's a face only a mother could love. Man, that is cool.
basically nervous about my concert today.
Oh, that's right. I mean, this is off script. You know what I mean?
hmm
This is off script, but I think you're gonna knock it out the park. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? You've always been successful at a lot of things. You don't give up. I think you'll be fine, man.
Yeah.
You keep it together. You put together a good piece for people that will enjoy. Just keep the confidence in mind. That's all right now. You know what I
Yep.
mean? I remember when I was in school and I had to do like monologues or plays or I had to give a speech. I always was nervous every time I was getting ready to give a speech. But when I get on the stage, it just goes away. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I remember I wrote this article. I'll keep this short. And the article was called Real Life versus Gamer or something like that.
Right.
And and I don't know. I mean, you guys wouldn't know Boy Wonder, but Boy Wonder is like a was like a local New York musician. You know what I mean? He was like famous on the block in New York. So he came to my school, Boy Wonder, me and him shook hands, we met, and my teacher took pictures of us and whatnot. And he was actually there with his crew, and they was listening to my speech, and they liked my speech, and it gave me confidence. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
felt good about that. They hyped me up. I gave my speech, and I was nervous, but I did the best that I could, and I was
Right.
going in and out of character when I did it. Like I'd be normal, and then when I go into like be like when I go into gamer, it's like I'm having fun, but when I go into real life, it's like I'm serious. And the
Yeah.
topic was being a gamer. The topic was being a gamer and just being able to distinguish the difference between
Right.
gaming and when you got to do real life shit. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
can't just, we used to grow up and we used to get told by a lot of our parents, oh, gaming is not going to take you nowhere. It's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you that was a lie. As a lot of us proven that a lot of success can come from video gaming, especially in today's world. You know what I mean? So that's that. And there was another instance where I got to do another piece in class. This last one I told y'all about was in like an auditorium or something. It was in the library that I gave that speech. But I had another time I was in a classroom and I met an actor that did television, and me and him went off of each other and we did a piece. And I forgot what it was, but shout out to him, Matt. He was cool. He was good to me when I was a kid, and it was good working with him when I was in school and just going over. It had something to do. I can't remember. It's been so long, but they brought an actor into the class, and I got to work with the guy. And me and him was acting together in the class, which was dope. So a lot of the psychology that I have in wrestling comes from just
hmm
my experience of shit that I've learned. And the same is for you because um, you have almost 10 years of information.
Yeah.
You're getting ready to go on your decade appreciation of being in JTV
Yep.
and also being in calm and dealing MPW to the world. You know what I mean? You've
Yep.
been around a long time. You're obviously a legend, and whoever disagree is just delusional. I try to watch my language because I always got a potty mouth. But if people don't know who you are, being dealing with FAM and everybody you dealt with, I mean, you got to do your homework if you're in call and you don't
Yeah.
know who this man is. You know what I mean? And if you don't know who I am, keep it that way because you don't want to know who I am. Okay. So, like I said, we're here in the city. I have some questions to get to.
Yep.
It's really wherever I want to take it. To be honest, um, I could start asking you different things. I see what the first question is, the first thing to talk about, but I think people this is the first time people get to hear you talk since you've been back in October. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You've been the center of controversy your entire career. There's been many different things that have gone on, different things that you and I have been through together, and different things you've been through. We definitely have had our falling out in the past. It wasn't as big, with
Hmm.
us having our falling out because, you know, you played along with the decisions a few people was playing, but you never really did anything to me. You never went on any podcast and decided to commit career suicide by mentioning me, like a lot of people have done in the past, and you don't hear
Yeah.
from them anymore. May their souls rest in peace. Fatality. But nonetheless, hey, I got to do this on one time. I got to do this on one time. If anybody could use this one right here, it's going to be Shendon. So Shendon, this is for you.
Emotional damage.
Okay,
That,
with that out the way, and me trying to do my very best to look at all the questions, answer everything. I mean, Ray's here laughing now in his natural nature, but we do have to, and we're going to try to talk a little bit about that dark side that you have, Lawson, because
mhm.
that dark side has been in there, and there's been a lot that has gone on. So
The other version, basically, I have kept locked away, and people want to see it, and that is
well, we
Shadow
we
X-Ray.
we've seen some of that, and we've seen some, Shadow X-Ray. A lot of people are big fans of Shadow X-Ray, and I'm one of them.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Um, and like I said, there's just a lot of things to talk about. I asked you how you were because I want to dig back into that
Yeah.
before we jump into your career. Um, I think if possible, you know, Skull
Yeah.
Brotherhood is a major topic to talk about with MPW here today.
Yeah.
We're not going to go into it just yet, like I said, but I want to try to dig deep because I am the one bastard that wants to ask questions that nobody else wants to ask, and I'm the guy that talks about things that nobody else seems to want to talk about and call, you know.
Right.
So I want to get personal with you, and I want to dig deep
Okay.
into Ray before call a little bit.
Ah.
Now, I'm sure there's things we don't need to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we will only talk about what you feel comfortable talking about and go where you want to go with it. But
Right.
let's see where we can go and what works for you. If we go back in time, now
Yep.
obviously we all had a beginning before
Yeah.
our shows. You know what I'm saying? There was an SVR, there was a Here Comes the Pain, there was a
Mm-hmm.
Shut Your Mouth, there was a No Mercy, there was a War Zone for me, there was an Attitude, there was Nitro for some people, there was Thunder for others, there was WCW Revenge. There was the
Yeah.
Japanese games, was the Japanese wrestling games was outstanding. I almost dropped the F bomb. You know what I mean? Outstanding are the Japanese
Yeah.
wrestling games. Phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of editing. Big shout out, and Conscience will back me on this one. Big shout out to Aki Man, if y'all remember Aki Man on N64.
Mm.
So everybody had a beginning. For some people, it wasn't SVR. For some people, their beginning started with a 2K. You know what I mean? For
Mm-hmm.
some people go as back as THQ. Corey Ledesma ring a bell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we love the art of wrestling here in MPW and in JTV, and that's what we bring to you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Conscious know what I'm talking about, Aki Man. So with you being the mad scientist, the Edward Nigma of professional
Hmm.
wrestling, we have to dig deep into Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
You coming up, how do things start out for you in your formative years?
When I first started,
Well, but
basically.
before you started doing the wrestling, you're going to school, you have a childhood,
Yep.
all that stuff is going on. We don't have to give them, this ain't whatever you call a fallout. We don't have to give them like your entire life details. You know what I mean? But I definitely want to try to get to know the side of you from way back then, and I think a lot of people would like to hear a little bit of that side.
Well,
How were things coming up? You know, what cartoons are you
yeah.
watching? How is school? How are you developing before you come into call?
Well, I grew up watching wrestling when I was a young age with my father and my grandfather.
With your
And
dad and your grandfather, and this was your real dad.
Yep. I went to Monday Night Raw when Shawn Michaels was playing strip poker in the middle of the ring. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about in the 90s.
Yes, I'm talking about in the
Holy
90s.
shit. I'm over here thinking you talking about the 06 reboot.
No.
Wow. How was that experience?
That was actually pretty fun. Back then, going to a live show back then, it was pretty fun when Raw was live in Portland.
Man, I need to try to take time to process that, because just being able to experience, like, can you imagine listening to this right now? Can you imagine being in attendance for a WWE show during the Attitude Era? I mean, you know, that whole show that Ray saw, he enjoyed the whole thing. No mistakes made, because that time was just insane, you know. And I know that I get a bad rep from certain shows that I go on, and certain things I say for being, you know, some sort of a WWE hater. It's not that I'm a WWE hater, it's that I know they can do better, and I know that we can make more improvements.
Yeah.
I also understand that they're over $3 billion in debt, and they have a lot of shit going on. So I had to take my foot, you know, off of Triple H's throat, just a little bit, not a lot. I mean, give him a break, because the man is working with a lot. I mean, we love wrestling and we focus on it, narrow it in. I know you're a workaholic when it comes to MPW, and if y'all don't know that, y'all need to know that this man is a workaholic when it comes to his promotion. He's always working on it. He's always having meetings. He's always building for it. So it's a lot of work that goes into MPW, and he's always on it, to the point that sometimes it worries me, because, you know, you got to take some breaks too.
Yeah.
And my breaks are really unwanted, you know what I mean? But there's times when, you know, life gets in the way. Shit happens, you know what I mean? So, so you got the opportunity to go to Monday Night Raw, and you got to see Shawn Michaels. You got to enjoy that experience.
Yep.
I guess your dad and your grandfather were big wrestling fans.
They were. My grandfather taped all the shows when they were on TV, even the pay-per-views.
Okay. All right. That experience must have been incredible, man.
Yep.
I would have loved to have that experience. The only experience I got was, and I've talked about it, and it's a lot of love for my brother. One of my brothers, when I was 12, took me to WWF New York, the restaurant, and I was very honored, because Bruno Sammartino, he left an undeniable mark on wrestling, but also made a huge impact here in New York City, in my hometown. And he took Madison Square Garden to the next level. And that's why there's a lot of times Shendon gets compared to him, people like that. I think Roman gets compared to him. I wouldn't, you know, go with that, you know, but a lot of people recognize that entry, because Bruno Sammartino ran Madison Square Garden over here for the longest time. You know? And so the Madison Square Garden, New York City, whatever, it's been important. My brother, long story short, took me to the restaurant, and I got the opportunity to meet Howard Finkel in 2001. Howard Finkel met me when I was 11 years old. He was a great man. He was very good to me. He signed my Stone Cold Steve Austin cup that I had. I still have the cup. Small story about that. My mom got rest her soul. I love her. Washed my cup one time and washed off his autograph, which broke my heart. But, you know, it's forgiven and it's all love. But to both of them, may they rest in peace. I love Howard Finkel. one of the greatest announcer of all time. So great experience,
My
So,
mom actually met Andre the Giant
oh, that's crazy.
when he was getting out of his car, his small his small little car.
I would imagine that was like in the early '90s though, because
Yep.
he went away in '93, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. My mom basically went to a live show and stuff with my grandfather and basically met Andre the Giant. I met the dead man, the
So you get,
Undertaker.
so you got this childhood building up. I think I've seen the picture of you and the Undertaker. I think it was Mark who
Hmm.
showed me a picture of him and Undertaker. I'm not sure, but how did the Undertaker treated you when you met him?
Fine, cool. He
He was
basically was like um, a normal person, not like some of the wrestlers today.
right. He seemed like a regular person to me.
Yeah.
He seemed like it. Um. All right, so let's keep the conversation going with that. Let's keep the
Hmm.
conversation. Let's actually go to a bit of that childhood.
Okay.
So, as far as you might want to say, so so you've been watching the WWE for a long time, going to way back
Yeah.
then.
Yeah. For a
Um,
very long time.
what are along with that? What are other some of your finest childhood memories?
Sailor Moon.
Sailor
Uh,
Moon seems to be a big thing for you.
yeah. Power Rangers is another one. I met Jason Frank. Actually, I got to watch the Power Ranger movie with Jason Frank in
Holy shit,
Biddeford.
you you've done a lot, right?
Hmm.
You have done a lot. VIP had met Jason David Frank. There's two people I won't mention that told me they met Jason David Frank, had a great experience. We talked about it when VIP was on here on the
Hmm.
BKS episode, and I believe Jason David Frank was an amazing soul
He
because
was.
I've heard stories from two people. I heard stories from VIP, who became good friends with his daughter, still is, and now here's a story from you
Hmm.
talking about the legendary Jason David Frank, which man, what I mean? He greatest Power Ranger of all time. There's just
Yeah.
no argument about it. That's the man. I got a lot of love for Austin St. John and all the rest of the cast. We definitely love Kimberly in the '90s, that's for sure. But
That was my slip. That was one of my crushes
oh,
back
I
then.
wouldn't be surprised if she was Devin Kiloa's ex-wife. You know what I mean? He got a few of them. You know what I mean? But it's things like that just it's amazing to hear because they always say don't meet your hero. It's an old saying,
Yeah.
and you never know what you're gonna get. When I met Howard Finkel, he was amazing to me. Um, I got to see Tough Enough.
Hmm.
I mean, we had a boxer that was like close to our family, so I almost kind of got into boxing sometime. It didn't happen, but to be able to meet people that you look up to and it goes
Yeah.
well, man, that's amazing. And I've got to see Bret Hart twice. I didn't meet the guy, but I got to see him twice, and it's been a great experience to see
In
that
August,
man.
I'm going to go meet the Hardy Boys
Look at
at
that.
a live wrestling show in Lewiston.
I think you'll be fine because the Hardys are
Yeah.
regular people. They're regular dudes. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, I got to meet Paul Orndorff too. He was great to me, man. I was
Yeah.
excited to meet Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, shake his hand, and he made me laugh. We had a
Yep.
nice time.
I actually have a friend and a cousin that is in that's wrestling right now. My friend Lee is Lee Miller, Lights Out Lee Miller. He's wrestling around Maine and stuff.
Okay, let's take the conversation and continue it, and go to what are some of the cartoons you was watching growing up, man, that inspired you?
A lot of them. Let's see here. We
Oh,
have the Green.
you did mention Sailor Moon.
Yeah,
Would you say Sailor
Sailor
Moon is
Moon's
your
base.
best?
Yeah, Sailor Moon's one of my the one that started me off on anime.
And that's what inspired you to make
Right,
the dressing skin for the new
right,
FGW,
right.
and inspired. And it was smart of you because when you first hit us with, oh, we're going to go in the Sailor
Hmm.
Moon direction, we had some people that got upset about it when You know,
Yeah.
it really wasn't an insult. You should really feel honored that you're
Yeah.
being tributed. You know what I mean? Uh, you was
Sailor
able to
Moon,
get away
yeah,
with
I grew up with
murder.
Sailor Moon, but I also love the Japanese musical to Sailor Moon, and also the live action series of Sailor Moon that's only in Japan.
So Sailor Moon, I remember Sailor Moon and watching it a few times. I remember watching it one time for those that played Metal Slug back in the day at the arcade.
Hmm.
I actually met an Asian kid that got mad at me one time because we were playing in the arcade and I was trying
Yep.
to. I was just trying to show him the reset button on the arcade. So I kept pressing the button. He got pissed and grabbed my hand and moved it. And at that point, I'm like, "Yep, I'm gonna back off from this kid because he could probably whoop my ass in 16 different ways." I mean, so it was cool though, you know. And I looked like an Asian boy when I was coming up. You know, so it was fun times with Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, all that. Toonami for sure. We got the Toonami Championship,
Yep.
and MPW. Um, and I believe that has a little something to do with conscience, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Conscience
He convinced
basically
you?
he convinced me on basically bringing like a Toonami style for the show because Sailor Moon used to be on Toonami
Yeah.
back then, and I grew up watching Toonami on Cartoon Network. So,
Cartoon Network, the GOAT, baby. Much
yep.
love to Nickelodeon, old school Nickelodeon, but it gets weird when you think about the pedophiles and some of the stuff that was
Hmm.
going on, and certain someone that used to tag team with, uh, my boy Josh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not gonna say his name, but you know who the other person that used to
Yeah.
tag team with Josh. So and that one hurt. That one hurt a lot because we love that dude. We love
Yep.
that dude a lot, and it's unfortunate, but we still got love for Marissa
Hmm.
Cosgrove, I think it is.
Yeah.
Um, Great actress, and Josh is a great actor, and I can't imagine what they might have gone through because of what that person did. But you take
Right.
that outside of Nickelodeon, and it was fun, man.
Yep.
The slime, the
Oh my God! I remember the Hidden Temple. That
oh
Hidden
yeah,
Temple
I
freaking
I seen
series.
it a few times. I never really
Hmm.
got into it, but Action League now,
Yep.
uh, Kablam, all that.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
I grew up with all
Keen,
that. Are you afraid of
Keenan,
the dark?
Keenan and Cal.
Yep.
Big shout out to Coolio. R.I.P. to the GOAT. You know, we talk about it all here. You know,
Degrassi.
so Sailor Moon,
Yeah.
it was a big thing to you, and the
Every day, every time when it came on, I'm like, I'm watching the show. Don't bother me. I'm watching Sailor Moon.
okay, so what is it about Sailor Moon that took you and was like, oh, I'm blown away?
It reminded me a lot about Power Rangers, but with girls and stuff.
Yeah,
And it's the chicks, man. It's the chicks.
it's the chicks. That's a given, man. That writes itself. It's a chick. It's all about
Yeah.
the females, the women.
Yeah.
We definitely love our women, man. You know what I'm saying? We need each other. Men
Yep.
and women need each other. We definitely have to come together,
Yep.
and we have to be able to love each other, get along. Speaking of get along, I think I should take time to talk about this specific
Hmm.
thing before we move on. But I mean, with us having our falling out once upon a time when you went away, and we'll get to that.
Right.
Hopefully, we have time to get to that.
Yeah.
But you know, just for anybody that's kind of looking at this image right now and thinking hell froze over, what is going on? Is Kevin Impact and Ray really talking live on the JTV channel? What the hell is this shit? I thought they had issues. Um, it definitely takes a very very big man
Yeah.
to admit a wrong and to come and reach out and to try to make a wrong right.
Yeah.
I am not perfect. Nobody's perfect. I don't claim to be perfect, but in my entire time that I've been in call, I've always respected anyone and everyone that I've been involved with that deserved it and have not said anything that was not true.
Yep.
Um, like I said, we'll get to this later on. It's not important right now, but uh, I'm glad. I don't have enough time to say what I'm trying to say to you, but this is me just talking to you and being able to do it publicly to where, we can't
Right.
run from any live. You got a
Yeah.
live mic, I got a live mic. We could talk about whatever we want to talk
Hmm.
about. There's no running on this channel, no hiding from nothing and nobody. We've always kept it 100 since day
Yep.
one. Okay. Um, I'm happy that you are back. Granted, you came on here like you've been preaching for a couple years,
Hmm.
especially when you was at that Ultimate Showdown #4 and you
Yep.
popped up shaking hands with a baseball cap on, being nice to everybody backstage. We'll get to that later on as well. But you've been preaching for the last several years that you got out of the Skull Brotherhood or whatnot, or
Yeah.
that it's in your past life. You're doing different things. You focus on MPW. You have grown it into a conglomerate
Hmm.
with the help of Nick and Devin and Malcolm Berry, and just the support system that you had. I seen Sophie was somewhere in the comments
Yep.
earlier, giving you some love here in the comments. So now you have JTV back in your
Yep.
in your Pokedeck. I mean, and you got just an arsenal of talent to work with that
Yeah.
it pisses off a couple people, and I get that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, let me make sure that I got to do a million things in the background as I'm talking to y'all. So somebody, I got hit up about the Amanda show. Yes, we definitely want to show a lot of love to
Oh yeah,
Amanda.
the Amanda
I,
show.
I get pissed off because people make fun of how she looks, bro.
Hmm.
Everything that this girl been through, and you want to make fun of her? She had to go through her weird childhood working for Nickelodeon
Yeah.
and everything, and you think it's okay to just judge her by how she looks now when she's all messed up in the head? Come on, man. We got to
Yeah.
be more mature than that. This is a legend we are talking about. Amanda
Yeah.
is a pop culture legend.
Same with
Show
Miley Cyrus.
for sure. Well, I mean, Molly's a little weird, but she's a
Yeah.
legend in her own respect. She's a legend, and I'm sure her childhood been affected as well.
Hmm.
It's a weird world, and as y'all know, I made it very important, and that I hate pedophiles with every
Hmm.
fiber of my being, every passion. I hate them. You know what I mean? I can understand you going through things mentally, things that happen to you, but when you go and try to do that shit to a child, it's a whole nother ball game. You know,
Yep.
and I have a hard time understanding how something can happen to you and then you can feel comfortable doing it to a kid. That to me is just, I don't get it.
Right.
Um, oh, you got Twisted J. Is Twisted J one of your guys? I think.
He is actually Twisted J
Okay.
is actually one of the ones that if Debbie can get his character put together, we can bring him back on the show and stuff.
All right, Twisted J, man, you got to get in touch with Devin. Talk to Devin, man. We trying to work a deal out, get you some TV time. We definitely taking care of our people, taking care of our talent, helping out CAW. We are here definitely talking
And
to.
we could bring back the faction called Ashes to Ashes.
Uh, I think we should keep that one off the record. Let's keep
Yeah.
that off the record. Let's keep plans off the record. But a lot of interesting things looking like it's going to happen real soon in CAW.
Yep.
And definitely smash that like button, show support, show love. Holy shit. That man said he wants to join the Brotherhood. That's different. That's different. I don't know about that one, Twisted. You might want to be careful with that. But if y'all have any questions, man, feel free to post them on there. We'll save them and then we'll see if we can answer them later. All right. So now, with us establishing Sailor Moon as the
Mhm.
cartoon driving force in your childhood, for me,
Mhm.
I have a hard time. It's amazing, and I'm pretty sure, and I know you got like maybe hundreds of other cartoons that you was
Oh
into.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's like I grew up with freaking Looney Tunes, Tiny Toons, Flintstone Kids, the Snorks,
Wow.
Smurfs,
Flintstone Kids. No, a lot of people don't talk about that no more.
Pup
I
named
I,
Scooby Doo.
I have not heard about Flintstones Kids, nor and I have not seen Flintstones kids in a long time. I
Same here.
forgot about that shit. I was a big fan of the Flintstones. I used to watch them with
Yeah.
my mom back in the day at night. Listen, man,
I
that scene late night on Cartoon Network,
Yep.
that was a whole nother rush.
I
Late
used
night.
to I used to watch let's see here, a whole bunch of I was a huge fan of Scooby Doo.
Oh, big fan of Scooby Doo. I like the '70s Scooby Doo. Like that's my
Yeah.
go-to. A lot of people like different things. Like I remember when they was on that island and they had that
Mm-hmm.
one soundtrack. But I like the '70s with Sonny and Cher on
Yep.
there and Don Knotts and big fan of like that '70s Scooby
Yeah.
Doo.
I grew up with Tom and Jerry kids.
Tom and Jerry. You told me that one. I remember you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that one. Tom and Jerry
Pound
kids.
Puppies.
What's that one?
Pound Puppies.
Oh yeah, you beat me on that one. I know nothing
I
about no pound
grew up
puppies.
with the like ones that you don't even see anymore. Like
What
there's
about Johnny Quest? Conscience
yeah,
mentioned
Johnny
Johnny
Quest.
Quest. Which Johnny Quest? The original or like the
The
later
old school
'97?
Johnny Quest, basically the
The original.
ones. Yeah.
I like the late '97 one because of the intro.
Yep.
It was dope. The original's dope too. Don't get me wrong.
G.I. Joe Heroes.
G.I. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
Transformers G1.
Transform, another good show.
Yep. I
Maybe
grew up-
Thundercats. I
yes,
used to watch
Thundercats.
Thundercats.
My favorite one is Snarf. Snarf's my favorite character in Thundercats.
I mean, I can name drop a bunch of them, and I'll hit the mark. I could tell you X-Men animated series.
Yep.
I could tell you. Oh, you ever seen Paw Patrol?
Yes, I
Paw
actually
Patrol.
seen Paw Patrol.
I remember Paw Patrol, but I ain't really watched Paw Patrol like that. But I
Yeah.
do remember it. Man, I openly talk about that I'm a fan of the Backstreet Boys and whatnot. And this is Kevin Impact.
I grew up with the Backstreet Boys. I grew up with NSYNC.
I love
I even grew up with one New Kids on the Block.
New Kids on the Block. I got a lot of love for the Backstreet Boys though, and I got respect for NSYNC and all the old schoolers. And you know, a lot of these shows that we talking about, like the reason I'm bringing the Backstreet Boys up is because I was a fan, still am a fan. I mean, it's not in depth, but I still have love and respect for the Teletubbies. I thought the Teletubbies was a great show in the '90s. I'm going on record telling you that I like the Teletubby show. I think the concept was amazing.
I grew up watching Barney and Friends.
Okay, I think you starting to push the envelope just a little bit right now with that one. We all saw Barney. Everybody knows Barney. You know what I mean? We didn't have to mention Barney. You know what I mean? I remember way back Johnny Franchise wanted to kick Barney's ass on the air. Might have to do that, man.
You remember
Zumafu? You said what?
Zumafu.
I don't know. It rings a bell. I may have seen that. I don't think it comes back to me by name.
It's with a lemur, and there's two guys that have this pet lemur called
Oh
Zabu.
yeah. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the two white dudes.
Yeah.
He used to be in the middle. He was great, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I know.
I grew up watching that.
Okay, so I do know the show. Okay.
Yeah, I grew up.
I had to come back.
I grew up watching Zoom.
Kill said I wanted to be the purple Teletubby. How'd he know that? He had that Kevin Impact ass whooping purse. You know, you reach in the purse and an ass whooping comes out for asking too many questions. I'm asking you different things because somebody's background says a lot about someone. And the fact that you explored all these animated cartoons and all these cartoons, and you went to the WWF, you've been in the WWF and saw DX, and you know, you had that connection with your grandfather and your dad, which my grandfather, the reason I'm standing here today talking to you is probably because of my grandfather on my mom's side and my mom.
Right.
Because my mom, my grandfather and my grandmother taught my mom. They was watching Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan and all these guys, you know, wrestle back then, Saturday night's main event, and they put my brothers and other sister on, and they carried over it carried over, and this one hits home for me. Long story short, but I still have memories of going with my older sister to the laundromat and playing uh, Rage in the Cage, I think it was
Yep.
WWF, and playing Turtles in Time, and they was right next to each other. So great memories for me. She
Yeah.
passed it down, and it got passed down to me, and I fell in love ever since. I was hooked, the same as all of us right here right now experiencing this
Hmm.
feeling. I was hooked. I fell in love with it, and it hasn't left me. And then as time would go on, I would meet No Kills and everybody else that I met that came to JTV, including you guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
Nick hasn't had his first ass whooping in JTV, but anytime Nick want to come over, sweetheart, by all means, lay the smackdown on his candy ass, But let's not talk about him. He might
Yep.
pop up or some shit. He's in the comments, but nonetheless, background is important, and I
Hmm.
can see based on that background that I could see why you explored something like MPW,
Yeah.
because you lived a lot in the fantasy world. You lived a lot in imagination, and so did I. You and I are pretty much the same with that. And I think that's what makes us different promoters in call, that we have that imagination and we always have that creative mind. Our juices is always flowing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And you and I have been lucky enough to meet some of the most outstanding, talented, and I mean, we met a lot of shitty people too, but that's besides the point.
Yeah. We did.
We met a lot of really talented people in call since
Hmm.
we came and did this shit. You did your shit with FM and all that. I mean, we could talk a little bit about that in a bit, but first, I want to go back. We got 14 people tuning in. Smash that like button, but let's now try to dive into the beginning for you,
Okay.
because you had everybody starts somewhere.
Yep.
You know what I mean? What's the first game you started on?
Oof. I gotta think here. I think it was the GameCube. The
There's no way. Okay, you're saying GameCube was the very first generation, the first era in which
game
you
for the
would
game
you
for
you
the game. The
debuted,
first my first WWE game.
and this is the first game in which Ray was made.
When they first brought out the claws and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, they first brought out the cars on WWF Warzone. I could tell you because I was there. That was my
Yeah,
debut.
I didn't
I,
have a Nintendo 64 back then.
I was on N64 and PlayStation. I debuted on PlayStation.
I didn't have a PlayStation either.
My brother was on N64 with Warzone. I was on
Yeah,
PlayStation with
I didn't get a
Warzone.
Nintendo 64 until later on. I the first system was, well, if we go all the way back, my first
But-
system was the NES.
So you started with the Super Nintendo.
Hmm.
Obviously, in the Super Nintendo, you had the WWF and WCW were your two choices that you had.
Yeah.
You didn't have any CW game or nothing else.
No.
You guys were spoiled with TNA, which is a pretty great game.
Yep.
I believe it or not, I actually had it for Xbox 360, and me and No Kills play. I think we played a little bit, and you didn't have a lot of that. You didn't even have that Lucha
No.
shit that came out, the AAA shit. You had
Yeah.
Japanese games, but
Mhm.
it was a bitch to do stuff like that. You had to
Mhm.
have certain mods or PC or whatnot to
Yeah.
really make shit happen. But with Super Nintendo, your options were WCW games and WWF games. So back then, you didn't have the option for a creative character. There was
No.
there was
There
no
was no
call
creative
back
character.
then. Call didn't come into play until my debut era with WWF Warzone. And
Yeah.
Warzone was where I came into play, and I was born Kevin Impact. Not as Kevin Impact, but
Yeah.
it took me time to find myself. I was a different homie back in the day, but nonetheless, wink, wink to kills, KHJ. Um,
But no,
you
I had Day of Reckoning was basically
so their reckoning is where you start out.
Mm-hmm.
Their reckoning was a good choice.
Yeah,
I had a lot of fun in Day of Reckoning back in the day.
because I had a Japanese GameCube. So
Holy shit, how'd you do that?
my uncle Willie bought a Japanese GameCube, and he had a second one, so he gave me the second one and stuff. It played Japanese games, and I played the Japanese Naruto game on it.
Me and Kills had one of the Dragon Ball Z's in Japanese for the PS1,
Yeah.
and to start it up,
Mm-hmm.
it came with like this piece that you stick on the side,
Mm-hmm.
and when you stick it on the side, it keeps, you know what I'm talking about. It keeps it open, and the disc will spin.
And I also had an attachment that I could play the Game Boy Advance games on it.
That's crazy.
GameCube.
That is insane.
So I was playing Pokemon on the GameCube.
Hey, real quick, drop the top podcast is Devin Kilo, no? Or who is that?
That is actually Santana and Ashley now.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whoever put in that they started in WWF 2000 WrestleMania, drop your name so we know who is it, just for the fans. While that's going on, we're going to continue the conversation for sure. So Day of Reckoning was the beginning. What did you go by back then?
Well, my friend Mark came up with the name Shadow X-Ray for me because he was Iron Bowl.
So you started with Shadow X-Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what inspired the Shadow X-Ray character? Because I'm a big fan of that character.
One thing, Shadow from Sonic.
So it's based on Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic Shadow or something like that. I've seen it.
Yeah, Shadow is based off on Sonic, and
but it's not based off of the Shadow character. It's just based off of that specific. Is it?
It's a little bit of based off on Shadow from Sonic, but also it has like ideas from ICP and other stuff like Dragon Ball Z and stuff like that I was inspired and stuff.
See that's important. Go ahead, continue. I'm listening.
Yeah. So Shadow X-Ray was basically the creation that me and my friend Mark, Mutant Mark, came up with. And
Mutant Mark is a real person?
Yes, he's a real person.
Holy shish kebab.
So
Mutant Mark is actually that bright ass, weird ass, scary ass SOB is walking the face of the earth.
Yes, his name was Mutant Iron Bowl.
Mutant Iron.
We are
Mutant Iron. Man, that is top dollar right there. That man said Mutant Iron. You should have just called the bastard Lead. It's short. It's easier to process. God damn. That man said Iron.
That's why he went with Mutant Mark now instead of the Iron.
Hey, I thought Mutant Mark worked. I thought it was a great name.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a real guy. But I think Mutant Mark worked. I had
me and him went to school with the school together and stuff. And
yeah, you really devoted to the Scar Brotherhood, ain't you? You went to school with Mutant Mark. Let me ask you something crazy that just popped into my head, and I could be wrong. And I'm trying to think of his name. You remember that guy I asked you about the other day? I forgot his name. Oh, Ian or something? Ian Skilling?
Ian Skilling?
Is that Mutant Mark?
No.
Okay.
Mutant Mark is another person that's on my friends list.
Okay. If it's not him, cool. But because me and him been hitting it off, and he seems like a cool guy.
Yeah, Ian. Basically, I know his family. He knows my family.
Oh, that's cool.
My cousin Arnie's best friends with his older brother, Brandon.
Okay, let's not get into all that on here.
Yep.
Let's keep all that to ourselves. But Mutant Mark being a real person, to me, that's breaking news here today.
Mm-hmm.
Mutant Mark had been part of the Skull Brotherhood in that 2016 era.
Yep.
going up, and this whole time I didn't know that. So that to me is kind of interesting. Um, so Day of Reckoning is where we kicked this thing off. You started
Hmm.
off with Shadow X-Ray, which that's one of my favorite
Yeah.
versions of yourself. You know, and you've been an interesting cat. Like I said, it's a lot to talk to
Yeah.
you about. That's why you're here on the city, because it's a lot to cover. You've had a
Right.
long career, and
Yeah.
you've had a long career in JTV, let
Hmm.
alone call or MPW. So it's a
Right.
lot to cover. So if we don't get to your question, folks, if
Hmm.
we don't get to the topic that you was waiting for, we apologize, and we do plan to bring Ray back for a part two. Um, I'm gonna take time, hopefully before the show ends, to announce who's gonna be our guest on episode 15. But in the meantime, with us establishing Sailor Moon as the leading force for Ray, and just some of that childhood, and Shadow X-Ray being his first variation, his first counterpart, and him starting out in Call a little bit,
Yep.
we should go into, I guess, the beginning. I mean, the conversation can go anywhere. That's what makes it so difficult for me to go, what do I ask next? Um, so maybe we should go to the beginning. So with Shadow X-Ray coming into Day of Reckoning
Hmm.
into the GameCube, there is no call yet,
Now.
but there is a scene for call,
Yeah.
because we have Creative Wrestler, and it's been
Yep.
around since the War Zone. So we've been around for quite some time. Day
Yeah.
of Reckoning, I might need some of y'all help who's tuning in, but I think I remember Day of Reckoning being somewhere around '04, if I'm not mistaken. '04. I'm resting on '04. Y'all correct me in the comment section. When did we get Day of Reckoning?
Forgot when
Um,
we got Day of Reckoning because uh,
because
the,
because by that time,
yeah, oh
once,
04.
okay, by '04 we still didn't have YouTube.
Yep.
When
Because YouTube
YouTube,
didn't come out until.
it was like mid to late '05.
Hmm.
Professionally, it was
Because
'06.
I'm one of the original YouTubers. Like I had YouTube when it first came out. I'm older than YouTube.
Well, to be fair to everyone, Ray, everybody had YouTube when it first came out, you
Yeah,
know.
but
But
I'm older than YouTube, and it's kind of it's scary sometimes.
well, the thing with YouTube is you have your stories, I have mine,
Hmm.
and when YouTube first came out and Call went public,
Yep.
there were promotions that were around. I'm assuming FAM was probably one of
Yeah.
them, because FAM goes way back when I
Yeah.
started.
Yeah. It does.
Um, when I came into play, if you look at this channel, we
Hmm.
came in 2014 for this channel. So
Yep.
YouTube had been around for years, and a lot of shows have been around for years.
Yeah.
We didn't get the YouTube deal until that 2020 that 2014.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was something that I didn't know would
My
happen.
YouTube has been around since 2008. My Mind Corrupted Media YouTube channel, the Shadow X-Ray YouTube channel.
But
That's how
that's
long.
is that the same channel as MPW, or is that your
No, that's
independent
my
one?
personal one.
Okay. All right.
The MPW one didn't come out until 2019 and
Well,
stuff.
when we was in the car scene in
Yeah.
2004, because you were in Day of Reckoning,
Right.
you had 2 years before we was going to go to YouTube,
Yep.
and at the time, car was taken off,
Yeah.
not online, but it was taken off on the
Right.
internet, because car was a big deal. Um, I have memories of me and Kills going to the library, uh,
Mm-hmm.
printing formulas, because that's what it was back in the day,
Yep.
formulas for you to make
Formulas.
characters, and just so much was going on before this whole thing went public. And I
Yeah.
really feel like it went more public in SVR 2010 with Story Designer,
Yes, it did.
but it was really public in '06 when
Mm-hmm.
YouTube came out and you had people coming out the woodwork saying, "Hey, I got a creation. Hey, I got a Fed. Hey, I
Yep.
got a show." And it really started out as simulation
Yeah, it did.
because that online scene wasn't there yet, and
Mm-mm.
it wouldn't be there until I think it was like '07. It didn't take too long for us to go online, but
Mm-hmm.
'07 SVR was different because you could go online and compete for championships. You can't
Yep.
do that no more.
No, you can't.
On my Jesse Ventura shit, you can't do that anymore. The game changed completely. Like it was
Yeah.
different. So I mean, the online was a step forward, but it wasn't where we needed to be yet. When PlayStation, I mean, I can't speak for Xbox. All respect to y'all Xbox people, but in PlayStation's defense, PlayStation, we were spoiled to where we had stream and broadcasts
Oh yeah.
attached to the PS5. I don't know if it was on the PS4. Y'all could jump on me if you want. I mean,
Yeah, it was on the PS4.
it is June, no pun intended. But nonetheless, this is my month for sure. But '07 was the place for online. It was the beginning.
Right.
And then as time would go on, it would kind of still be there, but it was slow. And it really wasn't until SVR 2010 that
Mm-hmm.
the online scene it took off because now you had Story Designer and you really had more feds and you started getting leagues. You
Mm-hmm.
started getting leagues that started coming out and people started having leagues and E-Fed and all. A lot of shit started going public. For you, coming off a Shadow X-Ray from the GameCube and Day of
Yep.
Reckoning #1, I think it was, right?
Yep. Day Reckoning #1.
What happens? Who do you meet? How do you get into Call?
Before that, I didn't even meet anybody until 2009 when they started online.
Okay, who did you meet in '09
'09, I
that
met
got you into the business?
that basically was Alex, aka
Is it
Black,
Mercer?
aka Black Heron.
Oh, Black Heron. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the first guy you met that broke you in.
Yep.
And how was he? How did you get to know him? How did you meet?
He was pretty cool, and I know Eve on a personal level. I'm not going to get into that, but I know her on the personal play and stuff. But
Eve Heron.
Yep.
Are they still together or they broke it off?
Yeah, they're still together.
They've been together a long time, man. Because I remember them back in the day.
Yep.
Been together a long time. I extended out an invitation to Evie long time ago. You know what I mean? I didn't get that inbox didn't open. You know what I mean? But she's had experience with you. I ain't worked with Heron. I had him be on one of the competitor shows against us some years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
When somebody thought they had power that they didn't really have. Me and him ain't got no problem. I just want to put that on the air. He was there getting work. You know what I mean? I don't take it personal because him and I don't know each other like that. I know him, but we don't know each other like that. So it's not taken personally. I know he was only there for wrestling. He wasn't there to assist the depression and the drama that some people haven't called, So I do respect him because he is a legend.
Yep.
Those of y'all that have been around that long, y'all are already within that category to be considered as legends because anybody that's in call is a legend. It's just that when you put enough time in and you make a name for yourself, that stands on its own. That's the reason it is important, essential, vital, whatever word you want to put in front of it, to protect the integrity of call and to protect the integrity of your legacy in call.
Yep.
Because when this trip is over, you want to be remembered for something good.
Yeah.
And I mean, you are going to be remembered, Ray, for making peace with me and doing your shit in the past with
Yep.
FAM and everybody else, and also MPW, and basically showing everyone that you're not
Right.
just a man of peace, but that you was man enough to make
Mm-hmm.
peace with me. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And I'm sure many other people you made peace with. You know,
Yeah.
um, and we may talk about some of those people. You know what I mean?
Right.
We may it may pop up, but you took the initiative, and
Yep.
I'm proud of you for that. And I'm happy to have made peace with you. And yes, we have made peace, me and him,
Yes, we did.
because he came to me the right way. Devin had a lot to do with that deal, but at the same time, I'm going on record telling everyone that my my feel for Ray currently is genuine. This is
Mm-hmm.
not a Devin Kiloa thing. This is not a kiss ass type shit like you see in some promotions, but this is a legitimate reinvention of
Yep.
our friendship, despite the fact that you shocked the world
Mm-hmm.
with your return to JTV and a certain organization that you claim you were done with. And we'll get to that later on. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But we still
Yeah.
talking about the beginning. So, so Black Heron got you into FAN, no?
Yep.
How does it all work out? Tell the story.
Basically, I was his protege and stuff back then, and
And you
but
said
I
you
didn't
you
stay in there that long. I basically left and I went to CWF, I think it was called back then.
I remember CWF a little bit. I
Yeah, that's
remember.
where I met Jay Real in there.
Holy shit!
Jay
it just
Real
got
introduced
it
me
just
to JTV.
it just got real, baby. Okay, we got to go back to that because he hit me up a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago. But man, I want to go back to Black Heron real quick.
Yep.
I want to talk about just so you met him through Evie.
Yeah.
All right, so when you met him, um, what did he say? How did it happen? How did he get you into? Is it FAM at
Yeah.
first?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was Forever Movement and stuff back then.
and who was running the territory? Was it him?
That he is basically the original owner.
Okay,
Of, he is basically the founder of it. And
so
stuff.
he booked you pretty much. He gave you
Mhm.
your start in the business. He booked you in FAM, and you got the opportunity to rise up through the ranks in the process.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I've heard a lot of different things about him. I've seen how talented he is.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard Devin Kiloa talk about him. I've like I said, he was in one of the rival promotions, and I knew him. I knew him from FAM, and
Yep.
I just never worked with the guy. There's people that I said to myself, yeah, they're talented, but you'll never ever work with them. You'll never get that opportunity. Chris Conscience was one of them. I thought it was never going to happen. I never thought Devin Kiloa was going to come back. That's something that in my
Mm-hmm.
mind, I didn't see it. You know what I mean? I just thought it was over. And there was a lot of talented people that I thought had something special, but just it just too lazy, not motivated enough. Like I know one guy, and I'm not pissing all over him or anything like that. I just thought he had a lot of potential, and it was Karan Cook. I don't know if
Yep.
you know him. You know Karan.
Yeah.
Karan is talented, and he had a great look. Um, the thing about him is just that I try to light a fire under him, try to get
Mm-hmm.
him motivated, and I couldn't do it. Karan is more of an E-Fed simulation guy, not a
Right.
PvP. So I feel like him limiting himself with that really hindered his career. I'm glad to have worked with him, but he had a lot of potential to do a lot more things.
Yeah.
But it's besides the point. This episode is about you, not him.
Yep.
So back to you and FAM. What was it that you did in FAM?
Well, I helped out with behind the scenes and stuff a little bit, but I did have my character show up sometimes.
And this was on 9, you
Yep.
said. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting that was going on at that time.
Yeah.
All right. So in '09 they brought you into FAM. FAM.
Hmm.
So you won championships. You said you was
No, I
there for a
never
little
won
bit.
championships. I didn't stay
So
that long.
so what would you say was the biggest angle match rivalry they had you in? The
Not that
most
much. They
important.
didn't really give me an angle or anything like that. I wasn't really that much on the show and stuff.
You were green at the
Yeah,
beginning,
green.
so they
My
would have.
push didn't start until JTV.
All right. Well, we'll get to that. I think
Hmm.
it's about time to jump into JTV, but
Yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit about that. So
Hmm.
this is interesting because you name drop a relic of the past. You said Jay Real,
Yeah.
Mike Real. It just got real.
Yep.
Some people might remember him, and it's interesting because maybe I did know that information. Maybe you did tell me, but I've forgotten over the years. That's why I wanted to explore this
Yeah.
because I wanted to remember, and we have it here on record, so we can go back and listen to this and know, okay, that's how it started. That's how he started.
Yeah.
Um, so how did you meet Jay Real?
Jay Real was in CWF.
CWF.
Yep, CWF with me, and we basically um, were in there, and that's where I met Donnie King and Bug Killer and Steel and stuff. Also, I met Bernie and King Leo and um, Samoan Assassin in there too. And it was a league, basically all PvP and stuff.
Oh, so you was leaguing it out.
Hmm.
That's way back. But when was it that you did meet him? Because you said '09 you was in FAM.
Yeah, I
So
met him when basically on the PS3 when we were on I think 2016, I think it was. Yeah, 2K 2016.
okay, but you skipping ahead a little bit
Yeah,
because if you were in FAM in '09, what were you doing before 2016? From
basically doing after I left FAM, I was basically just doing like universe mode and stuff like that.
okay, so you was doing your own universe mode.
Yeah,
All right, so let's go back real quick. Why did you leave FAM?
politics, a lot of politics, and I basically didn't want to deal with politics, so I basically left.
Well, I mean, this is the show for politics. Could you give us
Yeah,
a little
I
bit of
know.
insight? What happened?
Like the battle between Rom and BH and stuff like that, and
They were having personal drama.
real life stuff with me
Well,
and
the
stuff.
real life stuff we don't have to get into, but
Yeah,
they were having some drama.
yeah.
Really?
They were basically having power struggle, you could say.
But was it show related or was it like, you know, blurring on that real life?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, you was uncomfortable there.
Yeah,
I feel like Larry King and shit. Oh, you was uncomfortable there. Now tell us, Ray. And
yeah,
when did you leave, Ray?
yeah,
Um, so with you being uncomfortable, you thought it was time to hit the road,
yeah.
and you hung on to your universe mode.
Hmm.
So if you hung on to your universe mode, when did you join CWF?
I joined CWF when I got the PS3 and when they were on 2K16 when they basically
Really?
started. Yeah,
So you was pretty much semi-retired
yeah,
after you left FAM.
yeah,
You were still looking for that. That's crazy to me because it makes me a little bit proud because you've been a big deal for a long time,
yeah.
and to know that this was one of your first homes.
Hmm.
I mean, shout out to FAM. I mean, it's home. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But it wasn't home like this was home.
No,
And
it
I
wasn't.
understand that. This is not going to be home like MPW. MPW is home for
Yeah,
real. but
Yeah.
this is still home
Mm-hmm.
compared to FAM. With all respects to them.
Mm-hmm.
So so 2016, I guess, was really it. We
Yep.
could pretty much jump into JTV. So how did you and Jay Real hit it off? What did he say? How did he convince you to
Well,
join us?
we had like a we were booked for to wrestle each other and
Right.
stuff in CWF.
Mm.
So we basically faced each other for the Coast to Coast Championship.
Mm.
He beat me by just a smidge.
He laid the
Even
smackdown on your candy ass, huh?
yeah.
He
But
had like,
he saw the potential in me, and basically he told me about JTV and stuff,
mm.
and that's basically. And then we messaged you, and we
Got that
basically,
shit going, huh?
yep,
When I think of the old JTV, I try to just think positive
yeah,
because it's been a lot
yeah,
of great vibes, feelings that I
yeah,
had. You know, this is my favorite JTV era of all
mm-hmm,
time. I like right now. Right now is my
yeah,
favorite, but I still appreciate and I like to go back once in a while
mm-hmm,
and visit that old
right,
JTV. You know, what I mean that era. You know,
right,
your era because your
yeah,
era came with a lot of interesting people. It came with a lot of
yeah,
fake
I did,
people.
yeah, I did.
It came with a lot of fake people, but it came with a
It's
lot of
also the it's
talented.
also the birth of Shadow of the Skull Brotherhood.
Jesus Christ,
And,
you just made it a point to just want to mention that, huh? You just wanted to plug that, you know. Um, the Skull Brotherhood will continue to get to that throughout this
Mhm.
interview, and we are in the city, so you got the sirens in the background for
Yeah.
sure. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, and Big Papa Pump making his way to the ring in the background, um, 2016 was it.
Yep.
I have forgotten that Mike got you in the door.
Yeah.
Um, you really came into JTV a big deal
Mm-hmm.
since you walked in because whatever I saw in you, whatever fate I had in
Yep.
you, it must have been massive because
Yeah.
uh, your debut came on January 9th of 2017
Right.
at, as you entered JTV on a pay-per-view.
Yep.
JTV No Redemption.
Yeah.
You came into JTV back in the day and you were named the new DOT, the director of talent, as
Mm-hmm.
you might remember. And I
Yep.
told you that I needed somebody to play this Burke Lawson character, and I thought you was the guy.
Yep.
It took some convincing. I convinced you, and you took on this role, and the role took on you, and so did
Mm-hmm.
the Skull Brotherhood, huh?
Yeah.
So, nonetheless, um, let's talk about that. Let's talk about you walking in. Let's talk about that first day. Let's talk about where your head was at. What were you expecting? Let's talk about all of it. What do you want to add to it?
Well, I was nervous on basically coming in and stuff, a new place and something that's much bigger than what I've been in and stuff like that. So it was this is basically JTV is basically my first real Fed. So
I think it's important to note that not to really blow smoke up our ass like that too
yeah,
much, but with me over here, it's like I just take this with more respect, you know,
yeah,
and using people the right way is important to me.
mm-hmm,
You have to respect your talent. If
yep,
you're gonna be the boss and you're gonna
yeah,
run shows, you have to respect all of your talent.
right,
You can't base your entries and your writing and your creativity around two or three people. It
yeah,
has to be that you respect talent. So anybody that ever walked in the door, I respected them until
mm-hmm,
they gave me reasons not to respect them anymore.
yeah.
That's how I work, you know. So you came in. I really can't remember all the specifics on how it started between you and I. I just know
Yeah,
that I
I
had a lot.
don't remember
I,
neither.
I had a lot of faith in you, and I
Yep,
thought you was the guy I needed for this role, and the guy that could be pretty much the GM. Let's be
yep,
honest, So you coming in my own opinion, I feel like the director of talent thing
yeah,
and the Burke Lawson thing, coming in, and to be fair, the Skull Brotherhood thing, I
yep.
feel like it all worked really good.
Yeah, I did.
There was weeks of hype going on,
Mm-hmm.
plugging, that the time was drawing near, something big was going to happen. People weren't really sure what that was all about. And all of a sudden the time comes and now it's like we got um this guy that comes out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was almost like the Antichrist because it was like you walked in, you like that, right? You got that sick laugh. It was almost like you walked in and you made all these promises, and it was like you was giving the people what they want, but it was a
Yep.
little too good to be true. And all of a sudden, as time goes on, you get the Skull Brotherhood,
Yep.
So that I thought was dark and cryptic. Some people took that storyline the right way. Some people took it the
Mm-hmm.
wrong way. If you want to look at it as a storyline or if you want to look at it as something beyond, something secretive, something that's out there right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just feeding on society. The Skull Brotherhood has been called a lot of different things. You know what I mean? But I don't think even
About.
now, I think that even to this day, nobody truly understands the Skull Brotherhood and how
Nope.
powerful this secret
The
society.
way the way the Skull Brotherhood came up, when you basically came up with the Skull Brotherhood, it reminded me of the Dark Brotherhood from freaking Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls.
Well, we talked about that, and if you really want to bust this sucker open, since you want to bust that fourth wall, um, you know, we definitely it was definitely something that we put
Yep.
together, you and I. You put ideas, I put ideas, we put them
Yep.
together, and magic happened. Um, there's been people who have had their opinions on the Skull Brotherhood, but the Skull Brotherhood is, I guess, one the greatest secret
Mm-hmm.
society in call, literally
Yeah.
the greatest, and that power to that organization, it works. You know what I'm saying? I'm Cuban, so and I'm saying I know a few people who know a little bit about that voodoo. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean? So and that's the thing about me. I'm connected to everybody and everything, every race, everything. I'm in all colors. You know what I mean? So I love everybody, but the Skull Brotherhood, I don't have my time with y'all. And I say y'all because I mean you running around with these guys again, and I want to ask you about it a little later on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but you came in as a director of talent was a big deal. Some people didn't know how to react. You knew it was a big opportunity for you.
Yeah.
Um, we move on to another date.
All right.
One of the first things that you did, because you had something going on,
Yep.
and I believe I needed you for Mega Rush 95,
Right.
and you weren't available for 95, so we sent somebody else to
Yeah.
give a speech for you, and I could be mistaken, um, but I think that's how it played out. And then the date that I'm giving you is March the 3rd, 2017, that you came in Mega Rush episode 96, and the first person you confronted was Corey Flash, All Star Kid.
Mm-hmm.
You met the All Star Kid. You
Yep.
exchanged words in the ring. On mic, off the mic, there was some shit
Mm-hmm.
talk between y'all, and Corey Flash was embroiled in the robbery with Nathan Vaz.
Right.
They had their thing going on, and you were just trying to keep the order.
Yep.
Um, you was really coming in, taking the job very, very serious.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I thought was wild about that segment that had me dying is that Nathan Vaz is using the RKO, and creative didn't like it, and you didn't like it.
Yeah.
So you went and you told Corey, "Excuse me, but I gotta announce this." And you went, and not only did you suspend Nathan Vaz off that episode of Mega Rush, but you also fined him $10,000. Which I was like, "Yo, we really was doing too much with that, bro.
Yeah.
We was doing way too. We gonna fine a man 10 stacks because he used the RKO on TV." I was like, "Yo, that we was really, you know, cutthroat back in the day with that.
Yeah.
$10,000 for using the RKO on JTV television. Like, we take this shit serious." And
Mhm.
he was suspended for that episode.
Yep.
So the vibe was different because no other GM had done nothing like that. You know,
Nope.
and it was a new thing. And you went and you did it. Um,
Yeah. 10 to
that
8.
that was a moment. That was, I mean, your official Mega Rush debut.
Mhm.
What does being a part of what Mega Rush is and its history and its legacy mean to you?
It's a lot of fun, and I enjoy it and stuff. I enjoy it, and it feels like old school WWF Raw is War type
Right.
vibe to it.
I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate
But it
that.
also has like a little bit of WCW Nitro
Yeah, I
to
think
it.
that's probably what I try to go for. You
Yeah,
know,
because
I
I
don't try.
didn't just grow up on WWE. I also grew up on WCW. So
Well, WCW gets a lot of heat, but to be
yeah.
fair, I think WCW is better than this era of wrestling.
Hmm.
And you could hate me if you want to.
That's
You could
why I
disagree.
kind of wish WCW won the wars instead of WWE somewhat.
If WCW would have won the war, I don't know that it would have been a good thing. But
Yeah.
and it looks like we got Jody Kidd in the comments.
Yep.
What's up, Jody Kidd? And we got somebody named Adam. Adam asks, "What's this? What is this, Adam? This is the City of Impact CAW Pro Wrestling Podcast. Smash that like button. We've got Ray NAKAI, Burke Lawson, whatever the hell you want to call him, Shadow X-Ray is here with us live. Ask your questions, say whatever you like, and if you want to be on the show, let me know." Now, back to you, Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Flash is a big deal.
Yep.
I look at Corey Flash and Mr. Amazing, and it's almost like neck and neck.
Yeah.
Um, I'm probably gonna have people like Shendon cringing when I say this, but in some ways, Corey Flash and Mr. Amazing were like the Sean and Brett
Yeah, they
early
were.
on of JTV. I mean, for those who remember, the Sean and Brett was really Bison and Flash.
Yeah, it was.
They go way back, and no kills will remember them. Bob on the air, you got to move out the way, darling. Move your tail or whatever you got to do. Anyways, that was a cameo by Luke Welch, but it is very hot. I had to take some of this water. I'm trying to focus on this damn podcast, but Adam, I see your comment. I think YouTube probably recommended this because we're trending, we're popping, we're growing, we're going into everybody's household, man. So smash that like button and enjoy and say whatever the hell you want. You get a free mic in the comment section. You say anything you like. Now, um, let's see. We're going to talk about Corey Flash,
Right.
but Corey Flash had been a big deal for JTV for many, many years, and I'm sure it was an experience for you.
Yeah.
I think it was all right.
Yeah.
You know, probably for you to meet the All-Star kid, get to know this dude step by step. But making a debut on Mega Rush is a big deal. And your career was starting to take off bit by bit as a director of talent. You hadn't gotten in the ring yet, but you kind of had that momentum going on for you.
Yep.
You got another opportunity to also make a different debut on March 12th, 2017. You made your next gen debut on episode 10. And despite the fact that you didn't have much to do that night, you gave your speech and your announcement, you booked, did your job. It was still historic because next gen is a part of history as
Mhm.
well. And you got an opportunity to get on there and do your thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, what has next gen meant to you?
It's basically next gen basically doesn't feel like NXT at all. It feels like more like a SmackDown.
Yeah,
Basically, when SmackDown was back then, SmackDown wasn't really a what it is today. Back then, SmackDown was like Shotgun and Saturday Night Main Event.
right. And I'm
And
glad you said that because a lot of people used to get it twisted, and I had to explain to them that next gen
Mhm.
was not NXT or nothing like that, and we don't, we're not trying to directly copy WWE.
Right,
This is about wrestling shows, live events, and trying to be as different as we can be. That's why when people ask me, "Hey, why don't we have a Royal Rumble?" Because it's a WWE match.
yeah,
That's why we don't have a Royal Rumble. We have battle royales. Battle royales is a part of professional wrestling,
right,
but the Royal Rumble match is a WWE match.
yeah,
Same as Hell in a Cell and all that. Those are WWE matches. Extreme Rules is a WWE term.
mm-hmm,
Okay, I know it was used in collaboration with ECW when it came back, but that has nothing to do with ECW. Extreme Rules matches is WWE, ECW matches and weapons matches.
That's why I
And,
call
and,
my Extreme Rules. I call it Crimson Rules.
and that's fine. But for me, for my take, I just prefer the traditional. This is a weapons match, and I think it's
Yeah,
fine at that. It's a weapons match. Extreme Rules is a WWE term.
yep,
Weapons match is universal for wrestling.
right,
Universal language. The
yeah.
word, the worst YouTube channel you seen, Adam. Oh man, why don't you give us a backflip and send us the video? All right. So that man trolling. Uh, so nonetheless, I understand some people upset, but
Mhm.
it is what it is. Um, it's a lot of things, man. You have almost 10 years of documenting and wrestling and different shit that you did. So I'm trying to go through all this and try to see. Um, you started out your first actual rivalry in
Yep,
JTV in a way that was a little close to reality.
yeah,
It's kind of interesting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And even though you know don't want to talk about this individual, but we definitely have to talk about
yeah,
this individual because it's a part of your story.
yep,
Um, when you was director of talent, you was doing all that and you was managing.
mm-hmm,
I'm thinking to myself, it's really what I wanted from you, but you had
right,
other ideas.
right,
You had other thoughts in your head, and you had interest in wrestling
yep,
for JTV, not just being GM or
yeah,
whatever, you know. And I wanted to honor that and I wanted to respect that. So we started working on the first creative, and I actually have to talk about somebody else. I got to talk about two different people.
oh boy,
And um, at the time, we were on, we were doing minor things with 2K
mm-hmm,
14 and 16, and
yep,
we was using 16 as well. We was doing a little bit of both. Uh, I don't really want to go into what I was doing in call before that
mm-hmm,
and who I was trying to sign with. But in 2016, however, when you came in and you was doing all that, I had been involved in a robbery with a guy by the ring name of SYM.
Yep.
And SYM was someone that I thought was a good friend of mine. Once upon a
Hmm.
time, he was a guy who used to write for me for a little bit. And at the time when him and I was working together, we was always teasing me and him at Showdown, and I thought it was going to happen. I thought he was going to be man enough to deal with that, but it was too much for him. And towards that going on, you know, we have the beloved Craig Mack, and
Yep.
Craig was just coming in as well because him and his promotion, I knew since 2014, and I was going to sign with his promotion at that time because I thought we was going pretty much out of business because Story Designer was done. We had
Yeah.
to move to YouTube, and it was a bit of a rough time. And I started thinking that this is what I was going to do with the rest of what I was going to do in call. I
I miss
thought,
Food Designer so much. I
you
I
know,
miss it a lot.
so I had thought in my mind that I was, um, I just thought that I was going to be done completely.
Yep.
And then this YouTube deal came together. You know what I mean?
Right.
It came together, and all of a sudden, it became a situation where I had to figure out what I was going to do.
Yeah.
By 2016, I already had it figured out. I was just trying to put the rest of it together because we were still doing a little bit of simulation.
Hmm.
By the time you was already doing the stuff on TV that we about to talk about, I think
Yep.
we was already doing PvP
Yeah.
wrestling. You know what I mean? So with that being said, uh, I was doing an angle with both of them,
Yep.
and I had him kick Craig in the nuts.
Yeah,
He
I
kicked,
remember
he,
that.
he kicked him in the nuts. He got
Yep.
out of the ring, and basically, him and I had issues. Uh, he had to go. You know,
Yeah.
once he was out of the picture, I put together a video package and I sent him off. And now it's like, what do I do now? You
Yep.
know what I mean? Because I wanted to do edgy television, and I'm done with this guy. So I got to figure something out. So it changed to a situation between you and Craig, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Like I said, it felt like it was like real life.
Hmm.
Um, and you and him sort of had like this fantasy booking show versus show war
Yep.
kind of thing, for a little bit because it was definitely there, because he'd come on JTV and promote his stuff, you would do the same, and it got to the point that this broke down into a storyline because you had um pretty much told him to kind of just chill out and let the SYM thing go, but he
Yeah.
wouldn't let it go, and that became into a bit of a rivalry. Um, and you guys wound up having a few matches. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um, it was definitely the beginning of your first rivalry in JTV, and it
Hmm.
carried over for quite some time until you guys finally clashed in the ring. It wouldn't be
Yeah.
the last time, but you guys finally clashed into the ring. And we'll get to that. There's a lot of different things along the way that happened. Like for one, something very interesting that occurred along the way was Jody Kidd,
Yep. Jody.
Damian
Damien
Cross,
Cross.
Damian Cross started getting plugged into the Skull Brotherhood as
Hmm.
far back as March 20th of 2017. Um, show ending with the plugging of Damian
Yep.
Cross coming to JTV, this and
Basically,
that.
our Paul Bearer. That's basically what Jody Kidd was
Yeah,
basically.
man. I didn't think of it that way, but in many ways, you're right. He was like the pallbearer of the Skull
Yeah.
Brotherhood. Well, let's talk about him a little bit.
Hmm.
What do you have a relationship with Jody?
I believe I still do. I'm not too sure though. I haven't heard from him at all. So I know I'm in his e-bed and stuff right
Have
now.
you has he ever been working with you?
He hasn't worked with me lately,
Okay,
so
but he has been in MPW.
yeah, he has been in MPW.
When was he in MPW? When did you sign him?
Um, he was in there when I first started MPW. He was in there,
Right.
so I don't remember when he left
But but
exactly.
but you knew him through JTV,
Yeah,
and then offer him the opportunity to come over.
yeah,
Okay, and I'm assuming he was just simulating. He was
right,
just
right.
simulated.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was just
all right.
simulating and
So he
stuff.
was on TV, and
Hmm.
but you and him are cool. You guys
Yeah,
got along,
yeah.
and when you guys hit it off, how how was it?
Uh,
How would you describe him?
he's a pretty cool guy once you get to know him, but um, other times, if like some of the bad people he some used to hang out around with, not so much.
I've heard a little bit about that.
Yeah,
I've heard there's people that I know that have issues with him.
yeah.
Um, him and I have had conversations. Um, I think that some of the
Hmm.
things is not that serious, and I think it's call related.
Yeah,
But I don't know that I can't speak to whatever else may have happened. You know what I
yeah,
mean? I've had my issues with Jody Kidd, and he
yeah,
was in the comments, and I'm telling you that, that I've had my issues with the guy. Um, the issues that I've had with him, even when he wanted to get, you know, make videos up and stuff like that,
yeah,
I want to say that I laughed it off, and I don't take none of it serious. To
yeah,
me, I can't take any of that serious. All respects to Jody. Um, he felt different things that went on, but this
hmm,
isn't about me and him. And I'm letting it be known that I don't have any issue with him.
yeah,
And I did notice that he came back with you,
yeah,
at Pumpkin Night, and we'll get to that. Excuse my
yeah,
siren. So, you know, wanted to give him a quick shout out. Wanted to mention him.
yeah.
Being, there's members of the Skull Brotherhood, from what I
Yeah,
understand.
there's a member of the Skull Brotherhood that's not even in the Skull Brotherhood anymore, and that is it starts with a J.
Well, I mean, you're gonna mess with people. I mean, you might as well go all out. But
Uh,
nonetheless,
yeah, Jason Hutchins.
oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Jason Hudson in a bit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I got the list of the members that it's been
yep,
something that people don't understand is that the Skull Brotherhood has members who publicly,
yep,
show themselves to society, and you have members that are secretly in the Skull
hmm,
Brotherhood. You know what I mean? So it's interesting how that works, and it's interesting that you run along with them. And like I said, we'll get
yep.
to that, but nonetheless, Damian Cross in JTV,
Hmm.
Jody Kidd to the world, is someone that was a part of them in that era, and y'all have done what y'all have done at that time.
Right.
I did a lot of damage in 16 and 17,
We
and it was just insane. You
were
took the world.
basically the Ministry of Darkness.
Yeah, you took over. You definitely took over
Hmm.
for sure. I'm looking at another date right now that was very important,
Yep.
and the date is August 21st, 2017, and it was actually one of Corey Flash's favorite shows, Mega Rush 100.
Oh.
Mega Rush 100 was when You and Craig got in the ring. Y'all had y'all match,
Yep.
and then you had Stone Cold Steve Austin come out, stun the shit out of both of y'all. I stopped myself from dropping another F bomb. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
so you finally got
Mm-hmm.
your opportunity to get in the ring in
Yep.
JTV. What was that experience like?
Yeah, I basically was very rusty on the PvP side and stuff.
Right.
I was still green, but time from time, I basically got better at it, and still getting better at it. But um, I almost had that bastard. if
All
I
right.
could, if I could get my hands on Craig now, I would beat him in that ring. I would
Well,
even make that bitch tap out.
I don't think you have to do much to beat him, but nonetheless, we'll probably go back to him later. Another date after the robbery with Craig was done, and we
Yep.
kind of just moved on because it was like there was no reason to push it
Hmm.
forward. Um, we moved on to something different. You
Yep.
remained director of talent into December 9 of 2017,
Hmm.
and when you came out to Mega Rush, you was met with another personality in JTV in the form of Lowrider.
Yes, the
And
lowrider.
Lowrider is former JTV World Heavyweight Champion.
Hmm.
Uh, I mean, he was hardcore champion, I think, in SVR 2011, 2010, and been around for as long as you've been around. And
Yeah.
Corey and Mr. Amazing and a little bit of Jay Rio, we mentioned him. So Lowrider was the guy that did give you a good match.
Yep.
It took some time to get to that match, but the beginning of that rivalry had started
Oh yeah.
on this December 9th, 2017 edition of
Hmm.
Mega Rush. And that was Mega Rush 102 for anybody wondering or wanting to look it up later. And that was something that it took time to build because at the time, for those that remember, he was having a rivalry with VIP. He
Yep.
destroyed his car and stuff like that. He was negotiating with Burke Lawson for a contract. All this other stuff was going on, but they still had a bit of an exchange that eventually led to them having a match.
Hmm.
And we'll come back to Lowrider. We just want to set that through real quick. Uh, before we go back to Lowrider, I want to talk about Marcus, right? That's what I
Marcus.
want to talk
Marcus
about.
Storm.
Now, Mega Rush 107, May 5th, 2018, Kansas City, Missouri, uh, was very, very important
Yep.
because on this particular evening, Marcus Holloway, because of the Skull Brotherhood,
Yep.
had the opportunity to jump up to Mega Rush
Yep.
and had his Mega Rush debut. Uh, you guys have had your differences. He
Yeah.
still has mixed feelings about you being back in the pro wrestling circuit. What uh what are your views on Marcus Holloway,
He's a
formerly Marcus
real
Storm?
damn good wrestler. Um, he pretty much was you could say, Sola Sokoa in the Skull Brotherhood, basically the enforcer.
Mm.
So there was
Mm-mm-mm.
basically, we had like a Ministry of Darkness side, but we also had like a bloodline type side of it and stuff. And we also
Wow.
had a Pin, I think his name was
Who?
Pin.
Oh, the Pin. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Pin was in Scar Brother. I forgot about it, but when I was looking at some of the old footage yesterday, I saw it and I
yeah,
remembered that the Pin was in Skull Brotherhood.
yeah. So you could
Um,
say we started the bloodline before WWE started the bloodline.
I'm not gonna go as far as to say that. I'm gonna show them respect.
Hmm.
If you believe that, I appreciate the compliment. But I feel like we you and I have done a lot of things that
Yeah.
WWE benefit from. But it's
Yep.
cool, you know. We ain't mad at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And with that being said, um, I mean, Marcus is a big deal. He became a big deal.
Yeah.
He established himself when he came to Mega Rush, and been through a lot from his days in Next Gen. Have had a lot of progression, and have went through a lot of torment because of
Yep.
Star Brotherhood.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Torment that you seem to enjoy once upon a time, but y'all have went through many different things.
Hmm.
Um, so I definitely want to go back to talking about Marcus, but we're gonna go to another date momentarily. We're gonna go back to Lowrider, and we're gonna go to Mega Rush 109, July 14th, 2018, when you seeked the Freak Show on Lowrider,
Yep.
and something. It's not so significant that you use your powers and you use your abilities and your office role to seek the Freak Show clowns on Lowrider and beat him down as we prepare for New Dawn. But something much more important than that happened on this evening, in which this comic book will continue to go from chapter to chapter, and we went into the next step, the next evolve, if you will, of Burke Lawson, and that is the Archangel. The Archangel was born
Ah, yes.
on this date. Um, when, where, and why? How did you even find the Archangel side?
Archangel is basically the corrupted angel of the Lord and stuff. He basically was corrupted and he became basically the corrupted side of Burke Lawson. So he was basically called Archangel, the angel of vengeance, basically. And um, he came into play as my person that wrestles in the ring, you could say.
Oh, he definitely came into play, and he definitely unleashed his vengeance. The-
Mm-hmm.
you took it out on Lil Rider. You know what
Yep.
I mean? And you beat the shit out of him.
Yep.
You know, after the Freak Show was doing what they was doing with him, they beat him down. You beat the shit out of him in the ring, and the Archangel was born. We didn't know that it was you under there. Nobody knew that it was you under there. But as the weeks would go by, we would find out who this
Yeah.
Archangel was. And for me, if I could socialize uh, or associate what that meant, I felt like the Archangel kind of reminded me of the evil angel
Yep.
on, I think it was Tekken 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So that's what it reminded me of.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like it. To be honest, I'm a fan of the Archangel as well version of Burke Lawson, because
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that entity is one that is in touch with so many sides of power and energy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's interesting. It's very, very interesting that would take place. Um, and man, Archangel was born. Different things was going on. The Skull Brotherhood was definitely taking off. You know, Marcus was on board,
Yeah.
but more drama would definitely unfold as time would go on. There was controversy. There was some
It
controversy
was.
going on in 2018. Myself and Lowrider had issues. Um, he had created a lot of issues, a lot of personal problems with me and my life and my family.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, some people thought it was a joke. Some people thought it was something to poke at or something to make fun of. You know, and wanted to
Yep.
give their opinion when it really had nothing to do with anybody. Jason Hudson was someone that was in the middle of this for no reason at all, along with several others. And Lowrider was on his way out of JTV by this time. You and him had an excellent match at
Hmm.
JTV New Dawn. The date for that was um, August 25th, 2018. And the thing about that pay per view I didn't like is we didn't have any hype videos and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And I remember being angry at myself because I cared too much about this. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the pay per view actually went well.
Yep.
I was proud of it. Nobody complained. They thought it was amazing. And that's when I started realizing that JTV could pretty much run on matches and wrestling. It's not
Right.
just about who's popular and who's could get us ratings or whatever. Or segments, you know what I mean? Or
Yep.
promos or what you could book wrestling matches on JTV and people watch on this channel, you know. So with that being said, man, I thought it was a great match. I thought you guys went to war. Lowrider was on his way out. I can remember him driving up the ramp with the bike, putting
Oh,
his arm
man.
up,
That
and
damn song "Ring Around the Rosie."
yeah, and but you still put together
Yep.
a great classic match for
Hmm.
your archive of your career. When you know what I mean,
Yeah.
you that still went into your archive and building towards your Hall of Fame entry. So that's something that uh it still counts. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Win, lose, draw, whatever, it
Yep.
still counts. You had a very big match with a former JTV world champion. What are your views on Lowrider and that match?
He gave a good show and stuff. He basically took me to the limit, you could say, because my
Yeah,
hands were shaking after that
you
match.
you enjoyed working with him in the ring,
Yeah.
and did you get the opportunity to get to know him personally, talk with
Yeah, I
him,
did.
and what was that like?
Pretty cool guy and stuff.
You think so? You think
Back then,
Lowrider's a cool
back
guy?
then he was. I
Yeah.
don't know about now. And
Well, the thing about me is prior to popular beliefs, I'm not a very big fan, even if I have issues with someone, of
yeah,
necessarily trying to disrupt
yep,
y'all's relationship. I am big on when somebody's wrong, hold them accountable. That's
yeah,
something that a lot of people don't like to do, and I don't agree with that. I think when somebody's wrong, you hold them accountable. You don't make excuses for it. If I'm
yep,
wrong, I'm not making excuses for myself, you know?
yeah.
But some people do. A lot of people do that. It's a weird thing. It's an
Hmm.
ignorant thing, but it's something that a lot of people do. So if you think Lowrider's a cool guy, was a cool guy, I have no problem with that.
Back
You know,
then he was, but like I said, I don't know about now because we basically had a fall like when he left JTV, falling out basically. Yeah,
yeah, but I mean, it was between me and him. It had nothing to do with
yeah,
you. I don't think he has any issues with you. He's never told me, "Oh, I don't like Ray," or I have an issue. He's never told me nothing like that. So it's
yeah.
it's it's there. And something that's interesting to me is that I've never actually seen you work with the guy. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? And I was to think that he would have been over there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But you did get to work with him in this match. It was a
Yep.
classic match. It was a great match, and it was Low Rider's last match for
Yeah.
until further notice.
Yeah. It
And
was.
as we started moving on,
Hmm.
um, shit, I may. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit here because I got one question and
Right.
I can't see who your opponent was on here. So
What night was that?
okay, well you got to work. Oh, Mr. Amazing. Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
Mr. Amazing.
Uh,
I
uh,
remember
uh,
that.
sometime after that, when we got to October, we went to Pumpkin Night,
Yeah.
and
When
I
I
mean,
dressed up as, I believe it was Ghost Rider that I dressed up as.
no, for that one it wasn't Ghost Rider.
Uh,
It,
what
this one,
was?
this one, you was going up against Mr. Amazing.
Yeah.
The Ghost Rider one was when you took on Funkman and Tank.
Oh yeah.
So and that one's on here too. But real quick,
I
you
forgot
got to
which one
work.
I dressed up as for when I faced Mr. Amazing.
Well, you got to work with Mr. Amazing.
Yeah.
And when you got to work with Mr. Amazing Halloween night 2018,
Mm-hmm.
you had some interference from the Skull Brotherhood. Um,
Yep.
you had went against him. Skull Brotherhood was helping you out, and he persevered, and that was like the
I believe
beginning
he
of.
brought his cred.
I don't think he had brought Crypt out yet. He was Mr. Amazing, but he was fighting for his life because
Yeah.
y'all was coming for him. You know what I mean? And everything kind of started changing
Yeah.
because Marcus started like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
having a distaste for the Skull Brotherhood,
Yeah.
and he was talking about it publicly that F Skull Brotherhood, this and that. He was having issues with y'all because um even though he gave in to the Skull Brotherhood to make it, once he realized what he had actually did, it was a decision that was regretted. And
Right.
ever since, Marcus Holloway has sort of lived in torment ever since. You know what I mean? Especially with the exit of Jason Hudson from JTV,
Yep.
which was a great member of the Skull Brotherhood.
Yeah.
All of them I thought were great. The Corpse was great. Damian Cross was great. Mutant Mark was great. Marcus Holloway and Jason
Mm-hmm.
Hudson were great in the Skull Brotherhood. There was a lot of them. The Pen, there was a lot of them back in the day, and it was a big. People called it a faction, but it's far from a faction. You know what I
Yep.
mean? This is a secret society, is what it is. And I can ask you a million things, but I'm sure just like I think it was Bob Dole and George W. Bush when they got asked about something, it just you know things changed, and they said, "Oh, we
Yes.
can't talk about that." So
Yeah.
I would imagine that you're not going to answer some of my questions, but I'll ask different things.
Yep.
Um, Mr. Amazing, you
Mm-hmm.
got to work with him. How is Mr. Amazing in the ring, and what are your views on Mr. Amazing since you work with him?
Mr. Amazing. That is a tough man in the ring to take on. There's a reason why he's called Mr. Amazing in that ring.
Well, for sure.
Holy smokes. Especially the high flying
Yeah,
offense and stuff.
his speed, resiliency. I mean,
Yeah.
his total package is Mr. Amazing. He's got it all.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of good talent, and he could still go after all these years.
Oh yeah, he can.
Crazy.
But back then, I mean, it was crazy in the ring when it came to high flying offense. And if I could get in the ring with him as Ray NAKAI, we could probably put on a real dang good match.
Yeah, I mean, if I could book the universe the way I would want to, it'd be dope to see you guys tie up again.
Yeah.
Like the old days. I thought you and him wrestling was good TV, and I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't wrong. I mean, you're a great wrestler. I didn't know that completely. You
Yep.
know what I mean? But I found out that you was a good wrestler just watching you and getting to study you. I don't know. It's weird that you're almost going on your 10-year anniversary
Mm-hmm.
of being known in JTV, even if you weren't around. You know what I mean? You're still
Yeah.
known, and yet I still feel like I didn't have enough time with you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because you have frustrations. Um, I can remember you having issues with Corey because there was frustrations.
Yeah.
You thought certain people were getting opportunities. You thought like you weren't getting the opportunities you deserve. And eventually, I mean, in time, that's why we had issues. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You felt that way. I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth. This is what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I basically had frustrations that everybody else is getting opportunities and I
Yeah.
haven't. But now I see why, because I was still green and stuff.
It wasn't so much that you was green. It's we were building towards that type of thing
Yeah.
slowly. So you would have been champion and you would have accomplished a bunch of other stuff. All you had to
Yeah.
do was just stay on board and not take somebody else's word. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So that's kind of like how that was going to go, and it usually does. And
Yeah. Then
evidence.
I got
eh,
manipulated by the
Well, we'll talk about that in a bit.
other
You know what I
other
mean? Yeah,
people.
we'll talk about that in a bit if we can. But
Mm-hmm.
talking about you and Mr. Amazing, just
Yep.
good stuff, and it's a million directions we can go in. So
Yeah.
I'll just keep it moving. Because you work with a lot of top people, man.
Yeah, I did.
For somebody that it's crazy to me that you felt that you were being presented with opportunity when you got
Mm-hmm.
to work with massive names in the industry, Mr.
Yeah.
Amazing and Lowrider already. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And now on December 15th, 2018, Mega
Yeah.
Rush 111, you got to work with the All-Star Kid, Corey Flash,
Yep.
in the ring on Mega Rush. And now this is when we go back to Corey Flash.
Mm-hmm.
So how was it working with Corey Flash in the ring, and what are your views on him?
Well, he is one cocky son of a bitch. That's one thing. He's the MJF of JTV.
You
That's
think so? I can't say I agree, but I hear what you're saying. I think you gave him a big compliment. Man, call him
like, this man is so damn cocky on the damn mic.
right.
It ain't funny.
Right.
But he's a damn good talent in the ring. That's for sure.
You enjoy working with him?
Yeah.
All right.
Could never beat him, but
hey, still good matches.
Yep.
He could beat you all day. You can't take away the fact that you had to match with him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It all counts. It's a lot of people in call that think that winning is everything. Not all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it depends what you meant
Yep.
to call. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Your match to Corey means more to call over him beating you. Him beating you is great, but it doesn't mean as much as y'all having the match. The match means more. So moving on, I go to another name.
Yep.
Another massive name that you worked with was at Mass X 2018 on Christmas, and that was Shendon.
Oh,
you got to work against Shendon. Shendon showed up in your company with BKS. I don't like it, but it happened. Any ideas on when we might see BKS on MPW again?
I'm trying to figure that out because this right now the SPOKE Brotherhood is the tag team champions,
right? And they want them. They
want those twin star titles and stuff. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that line. I got to get a hold of Shendon and stuff like that to figure that out.
I mean, if you want to release him already from MPW, I got your back. You know what I mean? Just fire all of them. So how was it working with him in the ring, and what are your views on Shendon personally?
He in the ring, he is very, very tough in the ring. Like,
I agree.
This man is very tough, and he's really good at reversing. And I kind of had him, but not so much. He basically got me with that spear, and back, and also the pin combinations.
He got that power bomb, and he got the cover. Yeah. For the
pin combination, the pin's meter, I still have a hard time with because I'm so used to the button smashing.
Yeah.
From SBR, so it's like it's kind of hard to adapt to what I'm used to.
Yeah.
So I really wish they didn't change the controls.
A lot of people have issues every year when they change them. It's hard to adapt. I've adapted to 25. Right. I've been enjoying 25. I think it's fine. I even went as far as to do the tutorial a couple of days ago and had a lot of fun. I usually hate the tutorial
Yeah,
The one thing I don't like is when they ask me to do combos. I think that shit is stupid, but it's a
yeah,
part of the work, so it needs to be done.
yeah.
Um,
I wish they got rid of the combo bullshit and stuff because this ain't a fighting game. This is a wrestling game. That's
I
why I
think
wish.
I think the combo's fine. I mean, people like to do combos. I
Hmm.
just I don't know. I
I just
can't.
miss the ways where we have to basically make our own combos. And
Well, I don't disagree with that. I like the idea of us making our own combos, but I can't also piss on just the
I can't
combo
stand
thing
the stance.
because the combo thing is beneficial in
Yeah,
matches and it's fun to see. So I can't say anything bad because it's not
yeah,
bad. I understand it may be frustrating, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, you know.
right.
Um, but let's keep this moving along because I know
Yep.
your time is short. Another important event you was a part of where you made history was on January 26, 2019, at
Hmm.
Stan Lee's last comic,
Yep.
when you got the opportunity to work with Tay and his brother, Funkman
Yep.
Funky Carter. You got to work with both of them the same night in a three-way match,
Hmm.
and you won that match,
Yeah.
choking out Funkman, the last person in that match. Um, and it was important for us to do the show because we was tributing the legacy of
Yeah.
Stan Lee. What,
May rest his soul.
what rest his soul? How important was Stan Lee to you, and why should people care about Stan Lee? What did he mean to you?
Stanley basically is my childhood. Basically from Spider-Man, the Spider-Man comic books. Um, basically the because I used to watch the Spider-Man and Friends,
Okay,
and I used to read the comic books of the original uh, Marvel series and stuff.
okay.
And Spider-Man was actually one of my favorite heroes back then.
It's a lot of people who love Spider-Man, and part of the reason Stan Lee's in the JTV Hall of Fame, for those of you
Hmm.
that forgot about that, is because he did inspire a lot of that pop
Yeah,
culture that ignited the flame for us to be in call.
right.
Sometimes people get confused. Like, I don't understand why people like Steve Irwin and people like that are in the JTV Hall of Fame. I don't. I just don't get it. I don't know. Well, they're in the Hall of Fame because they inspired pop culture once upon a time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Steve Irwin is someone that he's a tough SOB. He was a great father. He's a legend in time. And um, some might find his courage to be inspiring. He definitely inspired me
Hmm.
to be a better man. So in hindsight, he inspired JTV. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So that being said, big shout out and big respects to Stan Lee. But what are your views on Tay and Funky, and how did you enjoy working with them in the ring?
I gotta think on this one.
Do you really?
Well,
Well, while he's thinking, oh, go ahead.
Funky Carter is a decent wrestler in the ring
Yeah,
and stuff. I was lucky enough to get the submission on him to basically get win the match and stuff. But
right.
um, not too sure about his brother that much. I didn't really get to.
Tay didn't really get that. Tay tried so hard
Yeah,
back in the day in Next Gen when they was in Southside Gang, and just even before that, because it used to be three of them.
yeah,
They used to have they got a cousin named Zay that used to be in JTV, but
yep,
he didn't last. You know, by the time you was coming in, he was like on the way out.
right.
And by that time, Funkman came to me and told me about his brother. He's like, yeah, like I got someone better than my cousin. I get my brother joined JTV. I mean, I'm like, okay, like, is he talented? Let's see. And we put him on Next Gen to develop for a little bit.
Yep,
And I thought he can grow with time,
yeah,
but the thing about Tay is Tay was just more into GTA and stuff like
Yeah,
that,
he
and running
was.
around PlayStation home with a big ass fake chain on and shit. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's what Tay was probably more into, and he couldn't really make the adjustment from that into PvP call.
Right.
You know, but I got a lot of respect for Tay. Got a lot of love for them boys because the reason why is because they've been loyal to me since day one.
Hmm.
They never stabbed me in the back. They had offers from people. You know what I'm saying? And you know,
Yep.
stuff like that. I was gonna say something else, but this show is about you. Just respect for them for being loyal to me since day
Yeah.
one, and Tay is welcome in JTV anytime. And if he wants to go back in the garbage like the BKS days, I have no problem doing that as well. I'll put him in the delete bin. But anyways, um, let's see what else we got for you.
Hmm.
Let's see what else we got for you here. Uh, uh I don't want to talk about that, so we could skip that question. Uh, Here's an important match, and
Right.
this is interesting also because and this was a little closer to when we was going to start having issues, you and I.
Yeah.
And I remember you coming to me. Well, actually, you didn't come to me. You was telling other people. I
Yeah.
can't remember who they were, but I remember you telling other people about your frustrations.
Hmm.
And to me, it was just weird because um, before I knew any of that was going on, you was booked in a JTV World Heavyweight Championship
Yeah.
match. And the reason why is because I kept believing in you, even when
Hmm.
creative people that I was working with didn't want that and wanted to try to
Yeah.
sabotage you and didn't understand why I was pushing you. Listen, man, people hated on Corey Flash for years. Where is
Yeah.
he? Okay. If it's one thing that I'm good at is making stars, making talent.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's why everybody in call, all these promoters love coming to JTV and stealing my talent because they know that I'm very good at developing people
Yep.
because I work with people and I help them find themselves. It's not so much that, I mean, of course I can be creative, but it's more about helping the person find themselves.
Right.
Okay. And in the process, I helped, I guess, Corey Flash find Corey Flash. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? El Cabron Corey Flash was put together, All Star Kid, and believe it or not, he didn't want to be the All Star Kid around that time. He wanted to change, and I said, "Change to what, bro? You're gonna commit career suicide, you know?"
Hmm.
And I could remember sometime around that time, a little after we parted ways. You know what I mean? And he dropped the world title. I think he dropped the world title to Barney or a Teletubby, one of them, probably the purple one. And then after that, you know, I didn't want to talk to him anymore. He still wanted to be my friend, but it was
Yeah.
personal because if there's things in call that's personal, I take it personal. If it's something related to
Right.
call, it's over in an hour. That's it. I'm not going to argue with you if it's video game related.
Yeah.
If it's real life related to where it's like, you know, I'm having personal problems with people in call, and you get someone that comes in and is like, well, I'm going to be on their show and I'm going to be friends with them because the problems between you guys. Yeah, I have a problem with that because if you want to work with me and you're siding and aiding people that are trying to attack my personal life, of course it's personal. How
Yeah.
can it not be personal? How does that make me a bad person if I think that way? It doesn't make me a bad person. I'm defending
Mhm.
JTV and myself. So that's why we had problems for years and years and years, and that's what eventually would lead to issues with me and you.
Yep.
Um, but nonetheless, All Star Kid, you know, like we established, was a big deal. Respects to him, you know, but you still had the opportunity to compete for the world title belt.
Yeah.
This is Chemical Warfare, April 27th, 2019.
Yep.
Six-man main event, world titles on the line. I had VIP and J Real scheduled for that match.
Yep.
VIP snuck out of the match and lied to
Hmm.
me and said that he had been arrested. I believed him and waited to see further what was going to happen, and it turned out that he lied. It
Yep.
wasn't that he was arrested; it was just that he went out.
Yeah.
Had he talked to me, scheduled things the right way, it would have been fine. But the fact that he lied to me, I took that match away from him. He got in hot water, and he got suspended after that.
Yep.
Jay Rio, uh, somewhere somehow decided to stab me in the back, turn on me. Um, Minor shit, video game related. He took it personally and made it personal between us, and started going on social media bashing me for no reason at all after everything I'd done for him. And I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to gloat about things I've done for him, but he
Yeah.
knows I've done a lot for him in and out of wrestling, and it was just disrespectful. So I had no choice. And I said, if you're going to put anybody in a match, it's going to be Ray. Ray
Yep.
deserves a shot at the world title because you built him as a potential top guy for the future. Akane Israel was in the match. For those that remember him, Mr. Amazing was in the match. Ken Wolf was in the match.
Yep.
Some other guy who was in the match, and then you had also Draskell was in the match, the former world heavyweight champion. For those who remember him, so obviously Draskell came out on top. Yada yada yada. But you competed in this world title match, and it was weird because it's like you was telling everybody that you weren't getting opportunities, but you were. You got a lot of opportunity that you was taken care of in JTV. Very good, very spoiled. But you weren't getting the opportunities how you wanted. That I understand. You did get this crack at the World Heavyweight Championship, and you competed against some of those guys. Your thoughts on that, and your thought on the event and the opponents?
I was close to winning that title.
Of course.
Very, very close.
Of course.
And if I could get my hands on that title, if I could get that run for the world title, I would.
Really? So you're saying right now that you still, to this day, have feelings to want to be the JTV World Heavyweight Champion?
Yeah.
That to me is very, very interesting.
I basically really want to be the World Heavyweight Champion. Back then, I felt that I even still feel that I don't deserve to basically go after my World Heavyweight title on MPW. But
well, I mean that's public opinion. Let me just say this real fast, because this kind of annoys me a little bit. For anyone that's out there that watches MPW, this is me. Ray's not saying this. This is Kevin Impact. This is my show. As we've seen earlier, obviously we offend some people. Yeah. I don't give a damn who we offend. I don't give a damn if you look at me in a negative light or whatever. At the end of the day, I'm going to tell you what it is, whether you like it or not. And quite frankly, Ray being the world heavyweight champion of his own promotion is not a bad thing. Ray, along with Devin and NAKAI and Barry, are among several that are trying to carry MPW. I'm trying to do my part, even retired, to carry MPW with whatever it is that I have, whatever that might be that I bring to the table. I'm trying to bring all of that and bring viewers to MPW. And this last show was a huge success for MPW. And I hope we have time to talk about it, because it blew my mind. This is the greatest MPW show I've ever seen. This last one that just happened. The greatest. It was outstanding. And the bar has been raised in MPW. And that's the reason why, besides my own promotion, MPW is outside of JTV. It's my favorite car show that I would watch. That is actually worth my time. That's worth watching, that I could turn it on and go, I'm not going to be disappointed. Just because of what we're doing. I love it. Everything that we got going on, So I'm a big fan of it. Where was I? The chemical warfare thing, you being world champion. I mean, you're back. Yep. You know what I mean? And we haven't really talked about why you're back and why you're back with a certain society and stuff like that. I'm trying to get to all that, but nonetheless, you did have your crack at the world championship one
Yep.
time. You have interest in being world champion again. I mean, anything is possible. I don't want
Hmm.
to foreshadow anything, but I'll leave that up in the air. But if you want to be the world heavyweight champion, I have the same message for you as anybody else that's listening to me that
Yep.
aspires to do the same. Earn it.
Yep.
Grind for that bitch. And you'll see that it'll come to you. I
Yeah.
believe, with all due respect to the GOAT world champion right now, I believe that this year we're going to see a new world heavyweight champion. And when it happens, I'm
Hmm.
excited to see who comes for the belt and what happens. I'm very excited for this season of 2K25. I'm hyped.
Yeah.
We are ready to go. We're doing it big, baby, in 4K.
There's
And
another title that I'm eyeballing in JTV.
okay. And what's that?
That is the title Colin holds.
The JTV Hardcore title.
Because I was the longest Crimson Heart champion, so I wonder what I could do being the hardcore champion in JTV.
There is, hey, if y'all got any questions, pop them up. We're not gonna answer stupid questions, okay? Don't ask no dumb shit. If y'all got legitimate questions, we will answer them. I see one that we're going to answer, so work with me. Now, smash that like button for sure. Smash that like button for the haters. And to all the haters who are hitting thumbs down, we appreciate it because that also helps the channel and the algorithm. So thank you. If you dislike this video, you are helping it get out there. So thank you very much. If you dislike, we appreciate your support. Um, Nonetheless, is there anything you would want to say about that match? I mean, was there pressure? You was close. I mean,
I
you
was
didn't
very
really. You didn't,
close to climbing that ladder and getting that title.
okay. All right. Because of the time, let's keep moving it along. Let me highlight some more of your career, and then let's we diving into different things like
Yeah.
Mega Rush 115, June 29th, 2019.
Hmm.
You choked out my cousin Luis Mamba. Y'all
Yeah.
remember him? Luis
Yeah.
Mamba got choked out by Ray. Ray beat him. I took it kind of personally, man. Me and my family are still recovering from the damage that you brought upon us by whooping my cousin's ass on Mega Rush and choking him out, and then moving on to the following Mega Rush 116,
Hmm.
um, July 27, 2019. Uh, you actually beat a CAW'S Rael.
Yep.
And you beat him by count out, but it was a hell of a fight.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize this back in the day, but the more I realize it now, I kind of got a dream match
Yeah.
out of that to see a CAW'S Rael and Burke Lawson go at it. Low
Yeah.
key, I got a dream match, so it's kind of cool that happened. So you got 2 wins right there, back to back, and
Yep.
then we didn't see you anymore. You
Yeah.
disappeared for a bit. Stuff was going on with your health that we don't need to talk about on here,
Yep.
and you stepped away for a bit, and we didn't see you all the way until October 26, 2019. And for those that don't remember that date sits at 1.3 thousand views right now on YouTube
Hmm.
in Ultimate Showdown number 4.
Hmm.
Now, Ultimate Showdown number 4, this goddamn siren. Everybody's just on the ambulance today, man. Everybody's going to the hospital on the weekend. Shit. God help all these people. I don't even see no ambulance, man. God help all these people being transferred here in the city. God bless them. God help them. Hopefully they're good people. Moving on. Um, so we didn't see you until Ultimate Showdown 4. You came back.
Yep.
By this time, presumably, you had cleaned up your act and you have moved away from this alleged Skull Brotherhood.
Yeah. That's when I think Ray Raiden came in.
Yeah. Ray Raiden, chill out now, chill out with this. Ray, we went on to Ray Raiden, Ray Everett, Ray every damn thing. You know what I mean? We did all kinds of Rays. You know, um, So with Ray Raiden, you go into a program, you stepped away from JTV, you cleaned up. Marcus had cleaned up. A lot of y'all was going through a lot. You know,
Yeah,
Jason Hudson is gone. Um, Corpse is gone. Man, you know what I mean? Damian Cross, I think, was gone. A lot of people was just out of it. Skull Brotherhood was just like, it was done. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And you came back, and I remember you walking in and you're shaking everybody's hand. You're talking to the wrestlers backstage, and it was on the show. It wasn't off camera. This happened at Showdown on air. You know, you showed up, you're shaking everybody's hand. You got regular clothes on, baseball cap, sunglass. I mean, not the sunglasses, but the reading glasses. You were being yourself. You
yeah.
know, as a shoot, you was being yourself. And coming out of that, first and foremost, despite the fact that you still have not had your legitimate ultimate showdown moments per se,
Nope.
you still got the opportunity to walk across the screen
Yep.
at an ultimate showdown. An ultimate showdown is a show everybody wants to be part of. You know what I mean? And to you, did that mean anything? What does ultimate showdown mean to you? What makes it so important?
Ultimate Showdown, that's basically the WrestleMania, and I'm basically gonna be like CM Punk here. I would love to have to main event Ultimate Showdown. That is
You,
one thing that I really would love to do is main event Showdown and
hmm.
stuff. That is one of my goals, and hoping someday I will be
Well,
able to.
I'm glad that you feel that way. I'm glad that you feel that you still have interest in doing it because
Mhm.
we don't have to dive deep into your health, but
Yeah,
we do have to mention some of your health because your
yeah,
health did come into play. And in many ways, that's what was responsible when
yep,
Ray did announce his retirement some years back. Before we parted ways and he announced that he was retiring, he was going
yep,
to stay with us, but he was going to retire because his health came into play. Um,
yeah.
what would you like to tell everyone a little bit about some of the health issues you have that hinder your
Some
ability?
of it has to deal with my mental illness and stuff, but also my epilepsy. But I learned to control that and stuff. So,
You've dealt with epilepsy.
yeah,
Have you ever had any instances where you was on the PC or the game and you found
most
yourself
stuff.
struggling because of patterns, colors in the game, or anything like
Yeah,
that?
the like the flashes and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's hard on you.
yeah. But I basically learned how to control that, deal with that, and stuff like that.
Okay,
So,
you've been making a lot of progress.
hmm,
Besides the Skull Brotherhood, I'm proud of you.
yeah,
You know, you've been making some progress. Um, so we saw you at that showdown. You came in and you very almost discreetly was asking about Marcus. You was looking for
yeah,
Marcus. Obviously, we found out later on that you know, people thought you had some intentions, and it turns out later on you was just looking for Marcus to apologize to him and make peace with him like a man.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because you guys tormented him in the Skull Brotherhood or whatnot. I mean, I can't say you did because all this of who did what is alleged, but Marcus has a voice.
hmm,
And with you back, are you concerned that Marcus is going to start, poking the bear?
yeah. I kind of am concerned that he's gonna start basically poking the beehive and stuff.
Would you say you had a thing or two to do with some of his torment in the Skull Brotherhood?
Not to say, but there is a higher up in the Skull Brotherhood. There is a
Of course.
higher
Of
entity.
course, you're the spokesman. We know that. We
Yeah, I'm
understand
the
that
spokesman
that
of the mother.
the mother.
Yes, the mother, the alpha wolf, the mother.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
There's a so you're saying there's a mother in the Skull Brotherhood.
Yup.
What else can you tell us about the Skull Brotherhood?
Skull Brotherhood is basically like this secret society assassin type group, you could say. The Court of Owls.
Oh, it's definitely the Court of Owls for sure. The Court of Owls in Gotham. But
Mm-hmm.
I got Marcus in the comment section calling bullshit and everything you're saying. You know, and I gotta ask because I can't believe you shared that with us. That there's a mother in the Skull Brotherhood, but I mean, this is sort of like interviewing a Freemason. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's some things they will tell you, some things they won't. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people praise Shaquille O'Neal, but don't know he's a Freemason. You know, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's an evil thing. But
All I gotta
nonetheless,
say is the mother is in JTV.
really,
Mm-hmm.
mm, now that's something to explore right there. But at that time, Marcus comes back to JTV, and you know he was out in the parking lot with Uncle D, and
Yep.
Uncle D was just telling him everything is going to be all right. Don't worry, we'll talk to Impact. And he was just letting him know, like, look, I don't want Impact to know that I'm here. You know what I mean? I'm not looking for any. I want to come back, but I'm not looking for any issues. You know what I mean? And Marcus came to the Ultimate Showdown. Um, we had David Duchovny on standby, aka Fox Mulder, while they were investigating with VIP the whereabouts of Marcus Storms, Marcus Holloway. And I mean, it was Marcus Storms. And then he wanted to change his identity because he wanted to clean himself up as well.
Yeah.
Same way as you did, he wanted to do the same. Um, from my understanding, Marcus has been looking for peace ever since. Sleep does not come easy for Marcus. It's been a tough road, and it shows because he's been through a lot of wars. You know what
Yep.
I mean? And that was one of the reasons why it was important for Three Way Deadlock to be born because it was bringing back that hospitality that he was needing because he had went through a tough time. Um, and you know, and so with you coming back at Showdown, it was interesting that you was looking for Marcus, trying to make peace with him, whatever. And we then fast forward though.
Mm-hmm.
We fast forward a little bit into the pandemic
Yep.
era
Oh
in
gosh.
2020. Uh, you and I have been talking, and you expressed to me that you had interest in stepping back in the ring.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You reached out, we negotiated, and we was able to put together a match. So we came to Mega Rush 122 on May 16th, 2020, in which you made your return and got to work with the uncomfortable Colin Klein.
Yep.
Now, Colin Klein, I believe, is back in MPW. He is back in MPW.
Yep. He
And
is.
how did you enjoy working with him in the ring, and how do you view him personally?
I enjoy. I like I said, I'm eyeballing that hardcore title, and I would love to basically get back in that ring with him and stuff again. And he's a really cool friend. He's basically my neighbor, you could say,
Right.
because Maine's right next door to Canada, so we're practically neighbors and
Colin,
stuff.
Colin's a backbone type of guy.
Yeah.
You know, Colin, when some of y'all were jumping ships to other promotions like
Mm-hmm.
Blues Clues and Teletubbies and shit, I had like all that was always weird to me because I
Yep.
know how good I've been to people. But Colin was one guy that I was concerned of him
Yeah.
stabbing me in the back. And it's like I died waiting because it just doesn't happen. He's a full grown teddy bear is what he is. You know what I mean? This guy It's like he has a heart of gold.
Yeah,
I think he's having frustrations within Freak Show, stuff like that.
yeah.
But things with him and Jocelyn seem to be.
If I could, I would bring the Rebel Club into JTV and basically get him out of the freak show.
I mean, it's definitely something to talk about. You know what I mean? There's opportunities for us to do
Mhm.
things for call, stuff that we weren't able to do before in MPW
Yeah,
because there were restrictions. But there's no more restrictions in MPW.
yeah,
Now we're working with people that their best interest at heart is MPW. So
yeah,
that's good. We're trying to improve things and make things better. And that's what it should be about. So that's why I don't like to often go on MPW and mention our
yeah,
show because it should be focused just on MPW. I
yeah,
mean, so definitely talented guy, definitely a great guy. Um, things that I hope things are working out with him and Jocelyn, and you know, you and him in the ring is dream matches. And again,
yeah,
the career you've had in JTV, I'm sure Barry wish he could say that he had a career like that, but his
right.
career was short. You know what I mean? Your career was excellent. It was
Hmm.
excellent. It's a beautiful career of so many people you wrestled and so many things that have happened. And what was going through your mind when you stepped into the ring with Colin coming back to JTV after all the time off? And how did the pandemic treated you?
I was very nervous that I thought I was in, still had it and stuff.
Okay.
I basically felt that I was gonna choke or something like that, you could say.
Right.
But the match went pretty well. It, I think it went pretty well and
I want to
stuff.
I want to highlight this comment real quick from NAKAI.
Hmm.
Kansas can confirm through Colin himself. He and Jocelyn are fine. Love to see that. Love to see that. Big
Yeah,
God bless. I'm proud of both of them. I was having a hard time with Jocelyn for a bit. Thought
yep,
she needed to step up a little bit more. And then she hits me with the pipe bomb.
yeah,
Drops a big promo, and I said, "Holy shit!" And Colin, I could remember hearing Shendon and a couple of people in the locker room going,
hmm,
he needs to really get on his shit.
yep,
You know, I mean, he was in love with her at the beginning, and when you fall in love the first time, we've all been through it. You know how that is. You
hmm,
get sprung a little bit. I can understand it. But did Colin rebound and started getting on his shit? Absolutely. Colin
yep,
is killing it. He's been having main event matches of all kind. He's been hardcore champion for the longest time, and he's been doing real good. He's been doing real good. He struggles sometimes because we all go through demons, and everybody's got their health issues. But the fact that he hangs in there,
yeah,
it makes me proud of him. So big shout out to him for sure. And you and him working Mega Rush in the pandemic was a dream match for me. So I'm glad we was able to do it. Uh, let's keep it moving. What else do we
yep.
have? Uh, history was made. I, I don't really respect this person anymore for good reasons, but this person and you made history um, because when you made your debut on JTV 19, that was January 24, 2021.
Yeah,
You know, you got to work with Craig, you got to make history, you got to have your rematch with him on JTV 19.
yeah.
And what do you think about JTV 19 and how far it's come? What are your views on it?
When JTV 19 was first, it was basically how do you say this? Like a main event type show, and
You
what it
you you think that it feels like a main event? It was
well
supposed to
it
be like,
used to. Now it feels like it's the like a third brand and stuff.
you're right. I mean, it is a third brand. To be
Yeah,
fair, it is a third brand. It's
It
just
doesn't
that
feel.
I
It
think
doesn't feel like
now
a.
it feels like a pay-per-view now.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like.
Back then it was just more like,
It doesn't feel like heat or velocity like it used to be.
I mean, if it did and we did it right, I think it works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think it's worked out well
Yeah.
so far. I think it's improved, especially with that stadium show we did,
Mm-hmm.
where
Because back then it felt like velocity. Basically,
yeah,
JT was
okay,
velocity.
okay, got you. All right, I got you on that.
Yeah.
So did you enjoy your time there?
Yeah, I enjoyed my time there. I got to wrestle Malcolm Winter. I mean
That's on my
Malcolm
list
Berry.
too. We're gonna get to that in a bit.
Yep,
That's on my
Malcolm
list. I
Berry.
mean, I'm almost done with my questions. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? I want to do something a little bit, take some questions from the fans. What's going on with y'all, man? I haven't seen a lot of questions that really catch my attention. Where the questions at?
Yeah.
We got 13 people tuning in. Smash the like button. Let's talk about JTV No Redemption on February 6, 2021, when you took on Marcus Holloway.
Yep.
Now, let's build the backstory to this a little bit. At the
Hmm.
time, I remember when you came back, uh, Marcus was a little triggered, wasn't a big fan of it. He was really concerned for
Right.
his life and his career because, just whatever it is that y'all did to him, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And he had a lot of psychological issues and talked to a few therapists and had medical treatment for quite some time. And from my understanding, his medical bills were very expensive, and they couldn't do anything. They could when it came to Marcus, it was like it was like Dax on the mic, like, and him just telling his story. He was having
Yeah.
all these psychological issues, and all right, and basically didn't trust you. So fast forward to No Redemption. Um, you guys wound up being in a match because
Hmm.
Marcus felt he had to destroy you. He felt he
Yep.
had to get rid of you. You tried to be his friend, and he said, You know what I'm saying? So that was something that carried over, and you just to be able to prove to him that you wasn't
Hmm.
against him anymore, and you was, one and done with your evil ways. You accepted this match
Yep.
under that pressure. You gave him this match. You guys went all out. He came out on top. But something very interesting happened at No Redemption, didn't it, Ray?
Yes, it did.
And quite frankly, when we got there, we was met with the Freak Show coming out, Recto and Cliff,
Hmm.
and having Maverick come out, and they were starting to have issues, and he was having issues with you. And it's interesting because I like to see the wars between the Freak Show and the Skull Brotherhood. Those are
Yep.
classic, but
Yep.
the thing is that and those are the good old days. We talk about all this, but the thing is that a very dark, evil, familiar book came into play,
Ah, yes. The book.
and
The book.
a lot of people were left puzzled by this book. You guys were seen visually using it on each other,
Yep.
and there were things going on in that arena that some people might call supernatural. It was a
Hmm.
scary scene. I can remember Marcus using the book on, like, I think he used it on Recto, and then Maverick used the book on him, and he used the book on Maverick and all this shit. But you had the book in your hand,
Yep.
and all of a sudden, Maverick comes out of the woodwork and start putting his hands on you. Freak Show comes out. Marcus gets involved. He start putting a beat down on them boys. He was whooping them for a while before things started turning around.
Yeah.
Cliff had hit Marcus in the back of the head with the book, and sometime within the scuffle, I could remember Maverick pulled out a second book. So I got questions, right?
Yeah.
I got questions because we know what happened to one of those books,
Mm-hmm.
but there's still a second book floating out there, isn't there, Ray?
Yeah, there is a book. The Black Hand is still there's a Black Hand book that's in there, and the mother has it.
You said what?
There's a second book, and the mother has the second book of the Black Hand.
That does not sound good, Ray.
No, no.
That don't sound good at all. How the hell did she get that book? And who is this mother?
She's a redhead. That's all I'm saying.
A redhead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not really sure how to respond to you, man. You back in my promotion, and you're giving us all this insight into the Skull Brotherhood, which people wanted to hear this. I wanted to hear this. I wanted more insight on this, but
She's a former JTV Women's Champion.
what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's not say no more. We got to talk about this off the air, but let's get into this story. Um, it was definitely something that went on for quite some time. It was the beginning. Marcus was really surprised at the end of the match, and a lot of people were surprised because you had the book in your hand, one of them, and
Yep.
when the beatdown started, everybody just kind of assumed you was going to join in, and you did join in, but you didn't join in to stomp out Marcus. You joined in to help Marcus, which shocked the crowd, and that's what wrestling is all about. You know,
Yep.
everybody was in shock that you was working together with Marcus until Maverick got back in and hit you with the candlestick and took you out a little bit. Um, so, any thoughts on Maverick and the Freak Show?
American the Freak Show. Let's see here. We're basically been fighting wars left and right. I think we're still fighting unless we finally join forces to take out BKS for once and for all.
Whoa. Join forces, Skull Brotherhood and Freak Show working together to take out BKS.
Someone got to do it. So
This is a very, very interesting episode, folks. Tell us what y'all think in the comment section. Do y'all want to see this? Let us know. What do you think of Maverick as a talent? Do you like Maverick?
yeah, he's a pretty good talent and stuff. Kind of insane, you could say more.
Definitely.
But I don't know about as much insane as me, because I like to talk in crypts, rhymes, riddles.
Oh, we know that. We know that for sure, for sure. Let's move this thing along with the last few questions that I got, and then we'll turn to all the comments, and also we'll wrap this thing up little by little. So you, JTV19, because
Yep.
You got an opportunity to go on episode 2, and you got to work with Ryan Seal.
Mm-hmm.
The Seal family has been coming over to MPW now.
Yep.
There's a lot of families in MPW, so it makes sense. But with the Seal family coming over to MPW and us working with some of the best wrestlers in call, you got the opportunity to firsthand see Ryan Seal on JTV19.
Yeah.
What are your views on him? Did you enjoy wrestling him, and what do you think of the family?
Family's pretty. They got legacy big time,
I agree.
and Ryan's a pretty damn good wrestler in the ring and stuff.
Absolutely.
If I would actually like to either team up with him or get back in the ring with him again.
Mm. Well, I think he's a good wrestler in our world,
Mhm.
and in the real world, he's also a good wrestler. Him and the boys are in training, doing their
Yep.
thing, trying to get out there. One of them, I think it was Max Nitro, reached out to me, sent me a video, said he wanted to promote it and stuff like that. Said he wanted me to help him a little bit, and I have
Right.
zero problem with that. Anytime y'all post stuff promoting what you want to promote, you don't really have to ask me. I appreciate if y'all do it because it's respectful, but
Hmm.
like I don't have a problem with y'all promoting yourselves and doing other stuff. That's just me. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it helps you. So I have no problem with that. But very talented family. And I'm glad
Yeah.
that they're in MPW and you got to work with them. So moving along, you got to work another big match, JTV 19, episode 6. And this was a JTV endurance match
Yep.
with Mark Bennett. He,
Yep.
Mark Bennett, of course, was able to get in there with you. 7-9 score was the ending as you
Hmm.
choke him out to end the match. Um, and you was 2 points away from beating that man and sending a
Yeah.
message.
Very, very close on beating him.
It was
It's
an it was an outstanding match. You want to say
yeah.
something?
Mark basically my moveset and his moveset are similar, and we basically have similar styles. Mine is more of the New
You think
Japan
so?
strong
Because you're
style.
more of a high flyer. Mark's more like a mat
Yeah,
tech. So I
yeah.
feel like it's a little different.
But
But
I
I
still
mean,
have that techno specialist in me too.
okay,
But also I got that strong style
okay.
um, in me.
Yeah, because
Basically.
you're coming from the Japan scene, so you would expect strong style to come from you.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because that's your shit. You know what I mean? The Moonlight
Yep.
and all that. So somebody you got somebody starting a car or some shit. Um,
Oh, it's a washing machine.
oh, okay. So what are your views on Mark, and did you enjoy working with him?
I really enjoyed working with him. If I would get back in that ring with him and basically
A
bring down
heartbeat.
the house again.
Yeah. I mean the transition for him coming back to the transition for him coming back to JTV
Yep.
or coming back to MPW, I should say.
He's
I
already
mean,
the light heavyweight champion, so
already, but I'm assuming it was smooth. You guys
yeah.
hit it off because I was really happy when you came back
Yep.
behind the scenes and everybody was like greeting you.
Yeah.
I liked it because it showed like how we are over here, you know.
Yep.
And it was like Mark and Colin and people like that have just been dying to talk with you again,
Yeah.
and that's the reason I hate when me and people have issues and it falls on everybody else, you know,
Hmm.
because I really don't want to affect anybody's friendship. I just think
Right.
that it's just been a lot of childish things that have gone on with people, and I can't make decisions for people. They have to make it themselves, you know.
Yep.
So for y'all to reconnect like that, it was a good feeling. It definitely reminded me of the old days. Um, you know, but before my sunglasses fall off here,
Mhm.
you know, Mark definitely is a talented guy. He's someone that I think could be world champion if he continues to have matches like he did with Convel at the ECW show. And I mean, he has a talent. It's all
Yeah.
there. It's just you cannot limit yourself, and you can't be the nice guy
Right.
because, like the old saying goes, nice guys finish last.
Hmm.
So that's that. Shout out to Mark Bannon, and there's another dream match that y'all got to work together. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So speaking of more dream matches that you had in your career, um, we go to July 10th, 2021.
Mm.
JTV 19, episode 9, JTV submission title match.
Uh-huh.
You and Keith Ocean in the Rage in the Cage. in the
I
main event.
almost had that son of a bitch. I
But
almost had that
but you
title.
but you still won
Yeah.
because you was in the main event and you competed in a title match with
Yep.
Keith Ocean in the main event. Outstanding,
Yep.
outstanding. Just briefly tell us as I wrap my questions up. How do you personally view Keith Ocean, and how did you enjoy working with him for that
I
match?
enjoyed work with him. I almost made him tap out. You could say
It was a
I
war. Yeah,
I basically almost made him tap out. He he almost tapped, but I didn't get the chance to tap him out, and he got me. He made me tap out instead. But
right.
I was so close to making him tap out and stuff.
It was definitely not one sided. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
I had him in. I believe I had him in the Hell's Gates.
Yeah, I think you probably put him in that a couple times, if I
Yeah,
remember correct.
and he was
And
so he literally. I think he almost broke his controller.
he was really trying to like become the submission guy in
Mm-hmm.
JTV
Until he
because
ran into me, and he's like,
yeah, I mean talented matches like that
"Yep,
I feel is what really we're all about. And when I say we, I mean both of our promotions and
yeah."
people like us in call that are in it for that and have passion and care like that. You know what I mean? So with
That's
that
why
being
David hates it when we're wrestling and stuff. If he's like, I hate it when you get into submissions because I can't. He has to
okay.
literally smash the buttons to get out of the submission. But I'm a button smasher, so it's like tap 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 tap.
Well,
Like,
I like Ocean still to this day.
mm-hmm.
Him and I are still cool. Even when people thought we had problems, me, him, and Skinner was still cool. It
Yeah,
was, different things was going on in everybody's life, and I guess some of us needed a break.
yep,
Um, and Dream Match, like I said, anytime that I can get to see both of y'all work in the ring,
yeah,
it's just magic. And when I say magic, I mean you are at 110%, not you half-assed, not
mm-hmm.
you not putting the effort. I'm really talking about the Ray that we know, the E, not the E Feder per se, but the PvP combatant.
Yep,
The PvP combatant Ray could be world champion, is world champion, and he can have good matches with just about anyone on the
yeah,
roster. So that is definitely a classic match.
yeah,
And speaking of classic matches, it brings me to to JTB 19, and this is October of 2021,
yep.
episode 10, in which you choked out Malcolm Berry.
Yeah,
And to me, this was an interesting one because Malcolm was like, he um he gave you a fight, sure.
mm-hmm.
He's another good talent. We know how talented
Yeah,
Malcolm Berry is. It's just
yeah,
that the thing about him is that it makes me laugh, me and my dark, sick, twisted mind. It makes
mm-hmm.
me laugh that you're his boss
Yep.
in MPW.
Well,
And
actually, I'm technically not really his boss because he's one of the founders. So basically, it's
listen, man, you the boss. You know what
yeah,
I mean? You run MPW,
yep,
everyone else falls under you. You know what I mean? Even me in my MPW capacity falls under you. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
The only difference is I ain't trying to take over the company, thank
Yeah.
God. And the thing is that
Unlike other people.
well, it is what it is, but
Yeah.
you had a great match with Malcolm Berry on
Yep.
television. You put him in a submission, you choked him out. It's a classic. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm Berry's tag team champion in the Skull Brotherhood.
Yep.
He's over there in MPW. Uh, when he came on here and talked about his side and whatnot, gave his account on certain individuals that was trying to manipulate him, and
Mm,
also what
mhm.
led to his exit and where
Yeah.
he went to after, and where he went to was MPW.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And MPW, I mean, he's been making an impact since he got in. I mean, since he's been around. I mean, he still got more to prove still
Yeah.
from what I've seen looking at
He
some of the
was
old
crowned the
MPW stuff.
first ever world champion in MPW.
And I can still remember the promotions for him having the belt a while back.
Yep.
I would keep running into them and I would just block it because I didn't want to have nothing to do with y'all
Right.
back in the day. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't need to, I don't care about it, you know. But I was always under the best interest that, my problem wasn't with MPW. You know what I mean? So I didn't have a problem with MPW. So
Yeah.
um, Malcolm Berry is on your current wrestling roster. Me and Malcolm Berry are good. I want to
Hmm.
say that again on air. We are good. We definitely have made our peace because, you know, he definitely explained things better for
Right.
me, and I appreciate that. So, and he's a brave one. He
Yeah.
definitely is a brave one for doing that, and he definitely deserves respect for that. So, I'm giving him respect, and I got his back. That's how I look at that. So,
Right.
um, but he's on your talent roster. You know how talented he is. You got to work with him on this night.
Yep.
Tell us what would you want to say about the match, and what are your views on Malcolm Berry personally?
It was a pretty interesting match. He was. I noticed he was still getting used to the control PvP side of things,
Right.
getting used to the controller
I
stuff
mean,
like
shit,
that.
he was simulated in the places where he
Yeah.
was at. He was looking for fresh
Yeah.
air. He couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
He was dried out. I get it.
But I actually saw something in him and stuff, and that's why I brought him over to MPW. He basically faced Colin and in the match, and basically took him on to for
And that,
the
I think that was
government
on. I think it was on
world
22. No,
championship.
I think that was on
He
2K22 when they did that. I might be wrong.
2K19
Oh, 19.
because
Okay.
I stayed on 19. I didn't move to 22 until later on.
It was time, I
Yeah,
guess. Yeah, that's dope.
yeah.
Having Colin Klein working with Malcolm Berry is good archives for you.
Hmm.
So that's pretty dope that you was able to get that match.
It was on the Lightspeed pre-show, but it was still on the show because I couldn't fit like everyone on Lightspeed, so I basically had to. And also, I had Lightspeed recorded already, but I had to basically figure out the PvP side. So I put AJ and Billy on that show with Colin and uh, Barry, but Colin and Barry basically took the main event slot
Right.
and stuff, and
Okay.
it was all PvP and
For
stuff.
sure. Yeah.
So Colin basically put over Barry on that night, and Barry came out as the world champion and stuff. The first ever MPW World Heavyweight Champion.
Hopefully he appreciates it.
Yeah.
I think he's grown a lot. I think a bit of immaturity showed, but I think I was wrong. I think that he was just trying to protect everybody, and I
Yeah.
get it because Barry really isn't a bad guy.
Yeah.
Man. I just think that he was just poorly influenced, and it happens. I mean, it's
Hmm.
unfortunate, that people feel that they can do that to people, just
Yep.
use them like that to have personal gain, but it's it happens. I mean, and he's free.
Hmm.
He's in good hands with us, and I'm looking
Yep.
forward to the next time you book him, you get him on the show, which hopefully is soon.
Yeah.
I see you
I
got. Oh, go ahead. You wasn't done.
I know he wants to take on DFJ, so I'm gonna probably put put him in that match against EFJ and stuff.
All right.
And there any questions?
Well, I mean, do you want to plug any upcoming events for MPW? What's some of the stuff you got?
I'm working on. Well, I'm gonna be working on Moonlight Pro's first episode, and I'm also working on Cosmic Ascension, basically our pay-per-view that it's gonna be almost like the Rumble, but it's gonna be more like a tournament based instead of a Royal Rumble. The winner of that tournament for the men and women go on to our grand stage of them all, Starlight Kingdom.
Oh.
Yep.
Exhilarating. I'm looking forward to it, man. I mean, like I said, I've been on board for whatever you got. I haven't seen like wrongs. I see a lot of positive things going on. I'm excited. I love the way you're taking the product. We'll go back to it in a bit. Let me just let me also state that I forgot to mention that Mega Rush 111, December 15th, 2018, Ray actually beat Corey Flash on television by pinfall. He beat him by pinfall, which is massive. That is a massive accomplishment. You've been a former world champion. And you guys would tie up again October 31st, 2021. And Corey was able to get his revenge for Mega Rush 111 on Pumpkin Night. You got to work with him again. I thought that was a good TV match. It's interesting. You and Corey had a bit of a rivalry there.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of went underscore, and I don't like when things is like underrated or underscored in wrestling. I can't stand that shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we definitely want to recognize that. We definitely want to recognize, because it's a major thing that y'all had a bit of a rivalry going on.
Yeah,
Corey did have mixed feelings about some of the decisions that you made, and we're gonna go into that topic soon. But you got an opportunity to do something else that was special, and I'm not just talking about this to mention this person, but I have to mention this person because, just like I mentioned Craig earlier, and we do give him respect for his work in JTV. We do give him respect for that, the positive things he did.
Yeah.
We also have to acknowledge JTV 19, episode 11. This was January 22nd, 2022. Interesting date. You got the opportunity to go up against Jeff from SNW.
Beady eyeballs, Mr. Kiss.
Well,
Mr. Kiss the ass of freaking Trey Gita.
Well, we'll go back to that. We'll go back to that in a bit. But you got to compete against him for the coveted IWGP Championship.
Yeah.
And you beat him.
And I still hold the freaking title to this day.
Yes. You was able to defeat this man. It had been the first and only championship you have won on JTV soil. And I remember it being a big moment for you. I remember you being happy and proud of it. And you was able to pin Jeff for the belt. What did that mean to you? What are your thoughts on that?
I basically was happy I won the title, but don't give a shit about who I had to face. I'm happy I beat it. I'm happy I beat that prick. Simple as that.
All right. We're going to go back to that. But I'm going to ask you my last one. Do I even want to talk to you about this? Let's see. Okay. I mean, you held the championship.
Yep.
I mean, until May 26th.
Yep.
May 26th, you went JTV 19, episode 12, and dropped the title to Shin. But you still have the title.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, you still got the original title. The original.
Yeah, I still got the original IWGP heavyweight title.
Shen got the paper title for TV. You have the original championship. You got the original Rolex watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I mean, I would imagine you don't have too much to say about dropping the title to Shen. So let's
No.
move on. Let's just move on here.
Yeah.
All right. As we get ready to close the show soon, and you get ready to leave because you got your stuff coming up.
Yeah.
It's time for us to talk about your exit from JTV and
Mhm.
stuff like that, and several characters that come into play and whatnot.
I was
Um,
stupid in.
well, I mean, we're gonna talk about it little by little with the time we have left, and we're gonna answer whatever questions people might have, and we'll dive into this thing
Yeah.
and just take it apart slowly. And I want to get your side. I got Barry's side on things. And step by step, I've been giving people opportunity. Nick was on this show, came on here, said interesting things. Malcolm Barry, like I said, gave us his side, and even Maverick had interesting things to say on the episode he was on. He
Yeah.
was able to get to. So everybody has had their rough and tough day. Everybody's had, not everybody, but it's a lot of you that have had to go through that feeling of being annoyed that you have to have issues with me of any kind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's probably. Wait a minute, what the hell?
You guys really thought you could do a show and not talk about what's coming up
Oh,
in
here
a
we
few
go.
Holy
weeks
shit!
in time
It's
when
Nick
I
Kaiken.
face off against Devin Kiloa in a Kiloa Underground match on the first episode of Moonlight Pro.
Here we go.
Whoa! What the hell are you doing here, Nick? Welcome to the show.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, let's face it. I mean, on my way over here, quite honestly, I saw Ray over in the park. And I saw his car, and then guess who I just so happened to see in that very same parking lot? Devin Kiloa.
Oh, crap.
You're saying Devin is in the parking lot.
Was.
I told him to stay home and freaking not show up.
Well, I mean, he was in the parking lot when he did a number on you. I don't appreciate you.
In fact, I actually want to talk about that. I want to talk about that.
Well, I don't appreciate.
Throwing a sledgehammer at me? Maybe you should have bought a pellet gun and shot me in the damn head like that dumbass motherfucker Deshaun Walton over there in the ADM network.
Oh, hey, man, watch your fucking language, man. This is supposed to be a PG show, but it ain't. Fuck is wrong with you, goddammit? But look, you got some interesting things to say. You decided to invade this show. We might as well bring you into the conversation.
Let's see what your big mouth. Oh, come on. Here we go.
Here
we go.
Whoa.
I thought I left your ass out in the parking lot.
Whoa.
This nigga here.
Oh,
literally just got done drop kicking you.
Oh, no.
Backstage. And now you able to freaking walk again? All right, I'm about to hit you harder this time. Because I'm just tired of walking and talking, little nigga. You see, you disrespect the Tribal King.
Over and support the man that writes my checks, right? Come on.
See, there you go again, being a butt kisser, because that's what you always been, dude. A butt kisser.
Whoa. This is getting out of hand,
you
folks.
want to talk to me about kissing ass, Devin? What have you been doing, huh?
Whoa.
Like I told you, and like I tell everybody, I got what I got out of the mud. What did you do? You don't ever grind. You just get stuff handed to you, rewarded to you. Little yes men. That's all you are, bro. But I'm out here grinding to get mine.
Oh,
and I got it.
Are we gonna talk
and I'm gonna keep on having it. Because you ain't gonna touch me.
Are we gonna talk about how Julius was seemingly handed the fucking Toonami title thanks to my son? Which honestly, I didn't even tell him to do that. But in all honesty, yeah, seeing as we were going to talk about being handed opportunities, why don't we talk about your nephew getting handed the Toonami title?
Yo, you want to talk about things that I have no control over? That was Julius. He downstairs. You want me to come get him? I'll go get him. But nah, this is just between me and you. This has nothing to do with Julius. This has everything to do with me and what I say. And what I say is you're going to get dropped come Sunday.
Yeah. You keep telling yourself that after I saw what Roman did to you.
You're talking about my cousin. Okay? You see, you keep talking about my family, and every single time you talk about my family, what happens to you? You get dropped on the ground. So this time, it ain't going to be no bat. It ain't going to be no weapon. This is going to be straight hands. I'm getting tired of you running your mouth.
Oh, and quite honestly, I'm the one that runs my mouth. Why don't we talk about the fact that it should have been Mark Bannon that should have been taking that title off of Tony and not anyone else like Julius. Mark
Okay.
That
since you want to run your mouth, let's talk. How's your daughter doing? You know, I think she's feeling mighty fine with that baby.
What the fuck did you just say?
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, you heard me. Pops.
Oh.
I'll tell you one thing's for certain, Devin. I know very well that you were sleeping with my daughter, but one thing is for certain: when you and I face off in that underground, I'm gonna pour my fucking fist into your face. I'll bludgeon that face of yours.
Turd.
Guys,
not daughter, doctors.
We gotta
every
calm
single
down,
one
guys.
of them.
What the hell is?
Yo, y'all gotta take it easy, man. This is getting out of hand. I know things is crazy at MPW, but I mean, this is some attitude era type shit. You know what? Fuck it. I don't even want to interrupt. Say whatever you want. Go ahead.
This jabroni thinks I'm scared of him. He thinks I'm scared of him. Why don't you go play hockey somewhere? That's where you need to go. Go play hockey somewhere. And then after that, go to the library and read a book. You little freaking nerd, Poindexter.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit!
Either somebody's gonna have to hold me back, or somebody's gonna die in this fucking city.
Well, Bob, let's calm down. You can put that down. Put that down. You can say whatever you want. If you want to say something to Devin, he's right there.
Might go right into your skull, my boy.
Come on, Devin. Listen, man. If the top dollar, the top money is in the ring, this is a money match. This is marquee for MPW.
This is a money match.
Y'all are on here invading. MPW is invading right now. Y'all are MPW at the end of the day. But I understand this needs some resolve. But if we can take today and put it into words, we're on the air right now. Y'all can say whatever the hell y'all want. If you want to say something to him, Nick, he's right there. It's getting real personal between y'all. All right?
Yeah,
what you gotta say, Pop?
It wouldn't be that personal if he wasn't sleeping with my fucking daughters.
Is it true, Devin?
Let's just say this. After this match, consider me your replacement, because not only will I have your daughters, but I'll also have your wife. How you doing?
Okay, what the fuck are you trying to be? Craig Mack over here?
Oh, God.
Oh, God, no.
Far from that whack dude, Craig Mack. You see, because I'm real. He's a phony. But he has to do is a fugazi. You see, I'm all real with it.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
And
I got a Rolex on right now. It's real. I got a chain right now. It's real. You see, all of me is real.
Before I forget about this, Devin, let me ask you a simple question.
What you gotta say?
Why on earth are you basically saying that I am still over there with Jacob Server when I want fuck all to do with him? He wants fuck all to do with me. Me and him are acquaintances, and that's how we're leaving it.
Oh,
you bringing up your boyfriend's name again?
Oh,
you see, I thought you said you were going to talk about it. But here you go. Got yap, and talk about him. Why don't you talk about your other boyfriend? Bridgman. I mean, what was the name? Man, I forgot the name. What was the name? His other boyfriend. You know, right? You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Jacob.
Nah, his other one.
Jacob
The one that
Server.
doesn't know what it wants to be.
Oh.
Because 1 minute it wants to be feminine, but next minute it wants to sit there and turn and say, "Oh, those are not my pronouns. My pronouns. My pronouns."
All right,
You know who I'm talking
Oh,
about.
crap.
before
You're
we
really
get
gonna
kicked,
bring her name up?
hold on, man. Before we get kicked off the damn air, let me take this back for a moment. Y'all mentioned Craig Mack earlier, and I like Craig Mack. I thought he was a great rapper before he died, and I thought him and Biggie had a. Oh, they're not talking about that, Craig. Oh, hold on, my. All right. My paperwork. Oh, I got the wrong Craig Mack in my paperwork. Hold on. All right, my bad. So maybe instead of fighting, gentlemen, we could treat this like the Triple H Austin '01 no physical contact thing. Maybe we could just calm down like hombres for a moment, go back toward MPW, and maybe. I know this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but I was thinking maybe.
Speaking of hombres, speaking of homies, you see, your boy started way back when, and I was cool with the dude, but then the dude kicked his best friend to the side like he was garbage. So if you can kick out your best friend, I'm just gonna say I can't be cool with you because that was your best friend. That was y'all grew up together basically. So if you could betray your best friend, and I dang sure know he's probably gonna feel the exact same way about
you
me.
want to talk about him now, are you? Okay, then what? Then why not you explain to me the CCTV footage where I heard from his own damn mouth after that match where you, sir, you took down our leader of the SEE, Shane Valentine. Why not we talk about that?
Shane, when I demolished Shane, well, let's just say I beat that boy so badly that now he joined me. Because you already knew the deception was a thing. Yes, that's how badly I knocked him out. And you're going to be the next one, Nick.
All right.
So,
well,
after I beat you too.
And yet,
I like my coffee.
And yet you end up sending.
I like my coffee.
Don't even try to deny this. Don't even try to deny the fact that you sent Brian Cyclone after me.
Oh, that was definitely not me. I don't control that man.
No, but you paid him.
I didn't pay him either. How would you know if I paid him? Like literally, nobody knows what I do with my money, but me.
Let's just say a few little birdies backstage have been telling me that you and him were talking.
Well, when I talked to him, you saw what happened last time when he freaking attacked me. So why would I have anything to do with Brian Cyclone?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe the fact that you have a problem with me, and yet, who was the last person that he attacked the last time he was seen before he went to prison?
Your boyfriend.
Exactly.
Yes, he got a problem with your boyfriend. But do I have a problem with your boyfriend? No, I don't. Do I have a problem with you? I didn't at first. But you made it real personal when you started trying to attack my family. So then when you started trying to attack my family...
Because your family does not deserve to be at the top. You have been at the top of the food chain in this company for far too long. It is time for the next generation to step up. And I am going to be the one that is going to lead that revolution.
Okay, Poindexter. Okay. Maybe you can bring in your sister, Dexter's Laboratory, over here. Bring your sister Dee Dee, and then we can talk. Because Dexter, I'm getting sick and tired of your little. I think I'm all smart and stuff. You're not smart, okay? Because if you were smart, you would have backed down ages ago when I told you, hey, don't try to come for the top guy, which is me. but you kept running your mouth. I gave you leadways to leave, bro. But now, that's why I gotta say one thing, though. I do gotta say one thing. I will say I respect the fact that you have the testicles, the cojones, to stay, because obviously your boyfriend didn't. So obviously, I guess it's safe to say you do wear the pants of the relationship because you at least stayed your grounds, unlike your little boyfriend who's gone.
Let's face it, he just couldn't hack it here. Why do you think he walked out and Bray had to take the fucking title off of him because the fucker decided to try to walk out with it?
But that's where things stop. You see, yes, he actually done something that you can't. That's why you keep coming for me. Because you want
In fact,
what
he
has.
Who was the one
You want this world title,
in
but you
that
will
match?
never get it.
Who was
Because
the one
you're
that put him
not
in that match?
good enough.
Who
You're
was the
not
one
good
that put
enough.
him in that match? Oh, let me see. Kevin Wolf. He should have never been in that match to begin with. I've been seeing the trailer sheets. I heard put him in there.
Okay, so you spilling all secrets. Okay, let's spill some secrets, because I know some couple of secrets too. I know a certain secret that you were, what was it called? Bitterness to the Shadow Realm, but who got you out, man? Who got you out? Who got you out? Yours truly, your world champion, but you still don't respect your boy.
I respect you enough to at least have gotten me out of that whole thing.
Your tribal king, but did you do it? No, you didn't. See, so now your tribal king is really, really ticked off right now because your tribal king knows one thing. You want to try to freaking back him into the corner. You want to try to freaking isolate and kill him, but guess what? You won't, because you can't. You see, I'm tired of people sitting there thinking that I can't do what I do. You see, they keep on saying, Devin Kiloa, you just sitting there and you don't have the drive, you don't have the power, you don't have the heart. But guess what I do? I have stuff way more stronger than y'all. You see, this title, I earned it. I fought for it, and I kept it every single time. You see, even when I thought the man who this episode is all about, Ray, what happened? It ended in a tie. That proves that no one can stop me. He couldn't even stop me. The man that this episode is about could not stop me. So what does that mean?
Here's the difference, Devin. It ended in a tie, so you couldn't beat me neither.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, are we not?
So what I am saying is, after I beat this jabroni, then once again, Devin Kiloa versus Ray NAKAI for the title once again. And this time, there will be a winner. And that winner might be, I'm just going to say, this person right here sitting right in front of you who has the championship draped around his arm.
Well, we'll just see about that. Shall, won't we?
Indeed, we shall.
Because
all right.
One thing,
this can't
if you have respect for your opponent, which I do respect you, Ray. Now, Nick, I'm sorry to say, but dog, you lost my respect ages ago. I don't want to get too deep into it on the reason why you lost my respect, because I don't want to talk about the jabroni that you stuck up for instead of listening to what I tried to tell you, because I warned you about the predicament that you were in. I warned you about choosing that freaking daggone jabroni over your best friend, but did you listen? No, you didn't. You see? So now that I actually have the airtime and I actually have the mic, I'm going to just say this. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, this was Ray's time. but y'all ain't gonna be able to handle Kiloa time. So I just gotta say, I see y'all later, next year, next week, whatever time we do this, because we do this on Devin Kiloa's time. Peace.
Well, speaking of Devin Kiloa time, you seem to have a lot to say. You've given me an idea, Devin. You've given me
Yeah.
a big idea, a great idea.
All right.
What if on the next episode of City of Impact, episode 15, you come on down as a guest and tell us more?
All right. I'm down for that.
All right. That being said, I think I've heard everything I have to hear. I think that
Indeed, I certainly can say I have, because let me tell you this, Devin.
No, hold on.
See
You
you on
ain't
the
gonna
next
tell him a
episode.
goddamn thing. You already had your time to talk.
Yeah,
darling.
you had your time to talk.
Man, we're gonna go back to Ray. We're gonna answer some questions. We're gonna get ready to close the show.
Yep.
Now, I would imagine, Nick, that on the next episode, when Devin comes here, I would imagine you probably gonna be in the parking lot. So I'm anticipating.
Guarantee it.
I'm anticipating it. All right. So anyways, holy shit.
Yeah.
Marcus might be in the parking lot. Anyways, before things get more out of hand, there's definitely some questions we wanted to answer, and we wanted to just jump into Ray's stuff. And since you guys are here, you might as well take the time to talk about it a little bit, if you want to, whatever you might want to talk about. We're going to talk about Ray's exit a little bit, us making amends, and we're going to answer some of these questions. We don't have to spend too much time talking about Ray's exit, but I definitely want to answer these questions that people have. So far, I started 7. So I got 7 questions that are going to get answered. So if you want a question answered, please drop it right now in the live feed, what comment you might have, and we'll answer it with whatever time we have. Apparently, I think we've lost Devin Kiloa. We may get him
He's
back.
running because he knows very well when me and him face off, there could be a possibility that you'll have a new world champ.
Take it easy now. You got to just chill out. All right. So, holy shit! You guys are not gonna believe this, but
what?
Mark Bannon is actually here.
What?
That son of a bitch is here. Look, and there he is. There he is.
Hey,
it's Mark Bannon. Mark, what the hell are you doing here, Mark?
Face reveal too. Holy shit!
I just thought I'd show up.
You thought you'd show up? You trying to get your ass whooped and your head put through the TV, or what are you trying to do?
No.
Look, you just brought the ratings up, Mark.
I may
Damn right.
have sent them the link to this.
Welcome to the show. Look, welcome to the show. Since you're here, Mark, you could chime in on what we're talking about. Since you look in the chat, I'm trying to look at the comments. Holy shit. Holy shit. Marcus feels like he's being wronged. I don't know that the Scar Brotherhood got anything to do with it, but I'm not allowed to say
Marcus,
something.
if my ass
No.
you should
Skull
be fine. I
Brotherhood
don't know
has
what the
nothing to
hell
do with
going
me
on.
being here.
Nope.
Why not?
I have nothing to do with. I don't have anything to do with them.
All right. So I don't know if Devin is going to come back or not, but
I'm pretty sure our tribal king will.
we have different things.
Here we
We
go.
have
Another ass kisser for Devin.
we have different things to talk about. Hopefully, we could do that without too much interruptions and finish up with Ray. This is his episode, and just a lot of things have happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A lot of different people have been a part of your story, Ray. You know what I'm saying? From Kevin Wolf to, I mean, the stuff with who was it, Bree, with the they accused you
Yeah,
of being a racist and shit. That
he.
bullshit. Uh, I wanted you to come on here and address it, man. You know what I mean? There were allegations of you
Yeah,
being
there
a
were
racist.
allegations about
What happened? What
there
happened?
were allegations about me being a racist, basically because I called a white man the N word.
Hold that real quick. Hold that right there. Whoever got a TV on in the background, please turn that shit off, or we're gonna have to remove you, man. Nonetheless, so
Yeah, it's definitely Mark.
you got accused of being. I
No
mean,
problem.
you could add whatever you want to add, Mark. I said Mark. You can add whatever you have to add, Ray. But I'm gonna give them the quick scoop. Okay,
Yep.
quick scoop for those of you that don't know. We're readdressing this. I mean, we don't have to. It's kind of died off now,
Yeah.
at least from my understanding. Unless anything else happened that y'all know that I don't know. I think it's died off because and
Bree's been pretty silent since. I've been keeping
Yeah.
my tabs on her Twitter.
I believe that the reason it died off is because they know it's not true.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
when you lie about something, you can only like
Go so
take
far
it
with it.
right. You
Exactly.
can only go so far with it. Yeah. Good choice of words. So they recognize that. And I mean, common sense will tell you Ray was using schematics.
Mhm.
There's similarities in Ray's Moonlight Pro approach to MPW that promotion didn't like, you know,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
of course it's
It's
understandable
tomato,
because
tomato.
of course it's
Mhm.
understandable because you know nobody wants to be copied. You know,
Yeah,
it's
not gonna
not very
lie.
flattering. But
Not gonna lie, I've seen the schematics to the
But
stage
I've
for Moonlight
been
Pro
planning
episode
this
1.
for a long time too, to basically
I've seen those schematics
give
that
it
you
a
put out
more
for
the Sailor
show.
Moon feel
Right.
to
hold
it.
on,
I've
we
seen
gotta
the
go.
stage. It looks pretty
We
cool.
can't be talking over each other. We gotta go one at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
I've been planning it for a long time to turn MPW into Moonlight Pro because I wanted to show my love for Sailor Moon.
Okay. What about you, Nick? What were you saying?
And I can definitely say I've seen the schematics to that stage design for episode 1, right? I like what I see.
Yeah, the arena stuff you've been putting up is nice. Looking forward to it. I think it looks how it should. You know, with the Moonlight Pro, I think it works out.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can get to some of these questions before you go, Ray, and let's see if we can wrap up the interview pretty much. You know,
Mhm.
so a lot has happened. Obviously, Ray got accused of being a racist because there
Which isn't
was
true.
there from my understanding. I've talked to this guy in the past. We are not friends. I don't have a problem that I could say for sure with this individual, but if this is true, I'm not a fan of it, and I don't respect it. But from my understanding, one Iceman, for those that know him
Oh God.
from a certain
I'm
promotion,
just lucky I never met that prick.
well,
I know
he
that
was
motherfucker.
from my understanding, he was being a racist to Devin. Now,
Yep.
He's a jackass.
Iceman is a white male who was being racist and I guess dropping the hard R on Devin.
Mhm.
Now, Ray, since you was at the center of
Yep.
this, why was he saying that to Devin?
He was basically cutting a promo on David and calling David basically boy and stuff like that in a racist
Oh
way.
no, yeah, that's very racist.
Ooh.
That's
Never
very,
do
very-
that.
that's some type of shit where you got to get canceled type of racist right
Yeah.
there.
So I basically stepped in and pretty much
I've had my
called him
problems
the
with
N-word.
Oscar in the past.
I mean, you also have to be open minded to the edginess of it
Mm-hmm.
because if we're gonna block everything out like that and we're gonna let that word offend us, we're not winning. You know what I mean? We have to be able to take blows if we're gonna give blows. And I don't know what the context and the mindset of Iceman was when he was doing this to
Oh
Devin,
God.
but is it racist what he was doing to Devin? Yes. It is
Oh, yeah.
very racist.
Very
Called
racist.
Devin that and all and everything. And from my understanding, that's when Ray stepped in and put him in his place and called him that word. So it was a white guy to a white guy, and Ray is not entirely white, by the way.
No, I'm native.
Exactly
So,
not.
so that
He's
it
native.
really, to me, being a racist is not saying the hard R. To me, being a racist is you won't go in that restaurant because your race is not eating there. That's racist.
Oh,
Racist
yeah.
to me is owning that restaurant and going, y'all can't eat here because y'all not like us. That's racist. Racist
Definitely.
is being in a car promotion and quitting because you got different ethnicities there. Being a racist is owning a promotion and firing people because you just don't like their
There's
complexion.
certain color.
You know what I mean? So that, folks, is actual racism. Now, we are in no position to speak for blacks at all. We are in no position to do that. And you have to understand racism mostly applies to black people because of what they go through every day. Now, I'm proud of myself. I've managed not to drop an F-bomb almost this entire podcast. I'm making progress. But, it really pisses me off. I'm not a fan of it. And everybody goes through racism. Everybody goes through it.
Yeah.
But the way the
Just
black
like
people,
everyone goes through cancel culture. I'm a living testament to that.
well, it's a different topic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The topic of racism is a touchy subject in society,
Very
and that's
touchy
why
subject.
you had this problem, right? You had this problem because it wasn't a problem because you didn't really do anything. It was used against you because you was using the Sailor Moon theme that they were using over there in that promotion. Which
When
is
I've been a
understandable.
Sailor Moon fan my whole
Yeah.
entire damn.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Same
chat,
here.
and apparently
What?
Devin also mentioned that Iceman said that he was a fake Samoan. Gee.
Well, I don't know that I believe Devin is Samoan, but I mean he could be.
Oh, no, he's Samoan.
He is.
How
He is.
well I'll ask him and I'll give him the opportunity. Well, he could come back in here, or he
Mhm.
could the next episode when he comes on this show. I'll let him tell everybody about it. Forget what I think. You know what I mean? Let's get the source right from where it needs to come from. You know what I mean?
Let's get it from the
So-
source.
Right.
Yep.
So, but going back to Ray, with the situation with Devin,
Mhm.
you basically was defending Devin, is what you were doing,
Yep.
and they want to try to smear
David
your
said,
name.
can I come in? He's asking.
Let him in.
He should.
Yeah,
he
honestly.
should be able to join back.
Yeah, join back in, David.
If you could join back in, you get a free mic.
Yeah, I hope the bathroom line didn't take up too much of your time. Trying to sort.
So
Are you able to jump back in, David, or is it only going to be people?
we have to understand Devin will have connection issues, so he may get kicked from it. You know what I mean? He's trying to connect. Closing out really on
Yeah.
the whole racist thing. I just want to say, because I think that's probably why there was probably people on here hating earlier because
Yep.
Ray had been singled out and targeted by individuals in call. Not just
I
because
can
he
name at least two.
Unfairly, by the way.
Hold on, because y'all keep jumping on me, and I can't even get my words
My
out.
bad.
Add to the conversation as we go to it. You know what I mean? You can say what you want to, but just give me a chance to get my stuff out too.
Right.
We've had a lot of shit that's going on. I don't want to lose my place where I'm at trying to think. And with the whole racist stuff that went on, that they was accusing, Ray had been targeted just like Nick
Yep.
and anyone associated with Ray, not just because he came back to JTV, but also because of the fact that Ray stood up, told the truth, and really didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? And the evidence that they have of what Ray called the other white male was not the hard R.
Nope.
It finished with an A. So
Yeah, with the
Ray,
low margin.
not only is Ray not racist, but he didn't do anything racist. You know what I mean?
No.
Exactly.
Saying that Ray's a racist because he calls someone the hard A, doesn't make him a racist. That's not enough evidence. And
Exactly.
these guys have a free mic to say whatever they want to say, and that's the reason they're here. But me personally, I've known Ray, as you guys know, since 2016, and I've worked with him since 2016. Ray has all kinds of ethnicities in MPW, which is evidence he's not racist. More evidence is me giving you my side that I'm not white. And if you thought I was white, newsflash, I ain't. You know what I mean?
Yep, Cuban.
He's never been racist to me. He ain't never been racist to anyone that I know. And if Ray's racist, how do you with all the evidence that prove he's not, how can you prove he's a racist when Devin is his right-hand man and Chris Conscience is an MPW? I'll wait. You could take here's my Kevin Impact mic. You let me know, and we'll be waiting a lifetime for you to prove it. Because it doesn't exist. It's a bunch of bullshit. So today we're putting that
propaganda.
That shit is dead. It's put to sleep. It is over here and now. They tried to reach. They did what they could to cancel Ray, but you know what I mean. That's what it's gonna be.
It's not.
I would.
He's the PW Women's Champion.
Accusing someone of racism can be a criminal offense. I would really say be very careful with that, because for the people pushing it and for the person who posted about it, if you got enough money to back it up, I say pursue it. But if you don't, you probably want to leave it alone, because if Ray got with his lawyer and he's got that type of people in connections, let me not say nothing.
Yep.
Okay, I really don't think you should push it. I think you should leave it alone before he empties out your wallet. And that's not him saying that. That's me trying to.
That's a promise.
Help you out. No, it ain't a it ain't a promise. It ain't a promise. No. Hold up. We're gonna back that up. It ain't a promise. That's Mark's say. It isn't a promise. Ray didn't say that's a promise. I'm not saying that's a promise. It's just an adversary, whatever. It's a warning to be careful. Tread lightly. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, what were you saying, Nick?
I certainly can say there's two promotions that I am very aware of that did basically kick Ray out because of all of this.
Oh, really?
There's
if I wanted to,
SWW Wrestling.
I could basically take over their companies if I wanted to.
Yeah. Anyways, there was SWW, or the Virtual Wrestling Network, and then there was where I came from, in the Carpe Diem Network, Deshaun Walton. Deshaun even put on his show, and I sent the DM to Ray on Instagram of the exact same message that I screenshotted that Deshaun put on his show about that. And quite honestly, and I don't give a damn if this gets out to like Deshaun or anybody, but I want to say this right now, Deshaun. If you thought that was okay to put on your show, then you got one hell of an apology to give to Ray, if you're even going to give him one at all. Same with me.
Yeah, because I could have his ass, and basically I could sue him for everything he owns because of who my aunt is.
Yep.
Well, we don't need to get into that, right? You could keep that to yourself, but we getting open mic. We're gonna get Devin back. I don't know what's going on. I don't see him in the studio.
Devin says he's trying to join, but it's not letting him join.
Okay. We'll get him on the next episode for him to get his side, and he has the common area if he wants to add something. But we want to close that out right here. This is part of the reason I wanted Ray to come on. Let me see something.
Yeah, and as much as I probably would want to talk about like Trey Jeter and all of them, I certainly say they do not deserve our time, nor do
No,
they deserve our breath.
And we're
They
not
ain't
giving
worth
them
it.
time. We're not giving them time. But if we talk about anything, it's not because we want to give them time. We're telling his story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Trey is someone who played a role in this story. And
Yes, he
I
did.
wanted Ray.
Unfortunately.
I want to give Ray the opportunity to come on here and to be able to let shit go that he's been wanting to let go for a long time because a lot of shit was done to him. You know what I mean? Um, and
Basically,
with
being
the
on
hold on with this racist thing that went on
the
recently, it was just ridiculous. But we do have to dive into the past a little bit. Um, sometime after the match with Shendon for
yep,
the IWGP Championship, somewhere, sometime, something happened, Ray. There was
yeah,
an issue that you had with me that led you to decide to follow this power org.
yep.
Why and what happened, Ray? Your story, your side.
I basically felt jealous, and I know I was being manipulated and stuff.
Did you knew back then?
By Trey, basically Trey manipulating me and
How
stuff like
did
that.
how did Trey manipulate you? How did he do that?
Basically saying that you were holding me back from my full potential
Okay.
and stuff. So I went with them, but I found out who really was holding me back, and that was Trey, because he had me on the show. He had me win the world title, and the next day he took the world title away from me.
And
And yet he
MPW.
tried to pull the same shit that on your show.
And I was
remember
on BCW. I was supposed to win the freaking championship, but he gave it to Cassidy.
Okay. What were you saying, Nick?
Trey also pulled the same shit with Ray's show. I would know. I was there.
Yeah. He tried taking over my damn company,
Mm.
making it the Punk's Not Dead freaking show.
It goes next door.
Well, you're
There you
here,
go.
Mark. You're here,
That's
Mark.
what they're really called.
Since you're here, Mark, chime in on this. Have you seen some of this corruption they're talking about with Trey?
Where to begin? I guess we could go as far back as House Party
Yep.
when I won his fucking YouTube title,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Damn, how original.
of course, not to mention WrestleFest, where he tried to turn Colin heel,
I remember that.
and it didn't work for him. So me and him both jetted that day after,
Right.
because I felt like I was better than the YouTube title.
Yep.
Right.
He just gave me that just to give it to me.
Right.
I won the 4-way, big deal, but it was like, and he was also trying to be the one to end Shendon's streak.
Yeah.
Crying out loud.
I remember. I remember that. He was
It was
determined.
shit. And then also the whole thing with Punch,
Right.
or yeah, it was her versus
You talking about Sofia Espacito?
yeah, it was her versus Toxic Diva,
Okay.
Yep.
and you and them decided that it was going to be Sophia go over,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
then they go in, and then Trey goes into another party and tells Toxic Diva she's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I remember. I know a lot of people definitely remember that.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
fucked.
He told us different stories. He was playing both sides. I remember that.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
well-
never had a bad experience with Trey, but I can certainly say, as far as I'm concerned about joining his stupid ass show, bullet dodged.
Now, that day after WrestleFest, I remember messaging him Trey, that is. I'm like, Trey, this ain't for me. I'm giving you the belt back, and I'm out.
Right.
All right. You guys giving us a little bit of background. God damn. I wish I could get rid of whatever that sound is.
And
the
as
hell is
far
that
as
damn
the
sound?
whole Iceman part, I knew him since PWA.
All right. Well, I mean, since you mentioned him,
Me and
is
him
he a
had
cool guy?
problems. Used to be. He used to be a friend of mine.
When
Iceman
did you
did.
meet him?
I met him in PWA a couple years back,
Okay.
and after the falling out between me and him,
Yep.
of course, I also me and Jocelyn friends ever since, but they were dating at the time, her and Iceman. So apologies to Jocelyn for bringing that up, but it had to be brought up
Jazzy
Mm-hmm.
basically tries to.
because that's what happened.
Yep.
Heck, I'm the one that convinced Colin to talk to Jocelyn.
Right.
Wingman of the year over here.
And with the way he was, this was in Jason King's Evehead, PWA. After I left right there, he called me fucking toxic. To get this out of the way, he didn't call me toxic because I left. He called me toxic because I was
Oh, well,
being
well,
buddy
well,
with
well. Look who's
Wait a
got
minute.
Jason.
Wait a minute. Hold that thought.
Marcus.
Marcus Holloway is here. Marcus, welcome to
Enough
the
of
show.
this. Enough of this. Enough of this. Enough of MPW. Enough of telling your story. Let's tell the truth here, Ray. What happened to Marcus Storms, Ray? Where is he, Ray? Huh? Where's the Skull
Your
Brotherhood, Ray?
idea
Why are you back? Why are you here, Ray? What is this?
I'm back to rewrite the law.
Jesus, here we go again.
See,
Yeah,
this
Marcus. Here we go.
this isn't good. This isn't a good thing.
Oh man, it took so many phone calls, so many messages just to get in here.
Marcus, you've known the face of you've seen the face of deception in the Skull Brotherhood. Ray have said what he said here today. What do you have to say?
Everything that Ray has said here has been a bunch of bullshit. Do not believe this man. Do not believe a word that has came out of his mouth tonight. Everything that he has said tonight about the Skull Brotherhood, about me, about the book, about there being a mother. Yeah, there's a mother for sure. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. It's always been you, Ray. It's always been you. Everybody knows that I know that, and yet you don't want to tell these people the truth, Ray.
You're saying that he's behind it all?
Oh, Ray is behind everything. He just he just doesn't want to tell people that Ray is behind
You want to know who the mother is?
everything.
Fine, I'll tell you who the mother is. It's Jocelyn.
What?
I brought her up in the chat earlier.
Jocelyn.
Havoc.
Jocelyn.
Yes.
Ray, there is no mother, Ray. You're making all of this up.
Ever since you left the Skull Brotherhood, Jocelyn took over.
Jocelyn took
Secretly.
over. Sure she did. Sure she did.
I haven't been pulling the string.
That's bullshit. You know it, Ray. You know it. You know it, Ray.
I have not been pulling the string at all.
You know what, Ray? Come step outside the studio real quick. Come step outside the studio. Let's wrap this podcast up. Let's step
Before y'all get into it, we have hit over.
Before we get into this,
We have hit over the 4-hour mark. This
4
has
hours,
been
4 minutes.
insane. There's a noise going around, and I can't figure out who the hell it is. It's not me, and it's not none of you. It's just there. You know what I mean? This is what happens when you pray hard enough for Brotherhood to hate us enough. You know what I mean? So,
Say his name.
I want to close out. I would like to answer some of these questions before you go, Ray. I want to close out. If somebody could get Marcus some medicine, calm him down, and give me some security.
Security. Security.
I was
Why
going to say
security?
why security for Nick and Devin.
Why security?
For Nick and
Over here
Devin.
for Nick and Devin.
Just in case, you know what I mean?
And me.
Hold on.
I don't
probably
want
gonna throw down the parking lot after the show's done.
I don't want anybody turning Marcus's mic on. God damn, that shit is on. I can't even focus. It's so damn loud.
What kind of wizardry is going on here?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Jesus, and I thought I was bad.
Yeah,
I thought my powers were bad.
Mark, try reconnecting your headset or something like that. I think it might be you. I muted you just for a moment. I don't hear it anymore. But while he's figuring it out, and when you're straight, Mark, give us a thumbs up so I know. It looks like the conscience is enjoying this episode. I can't put what he's saying on the screen, but he's definitely excited and enjoying it. Nonetheless, let's get back to some of these politics, Ray. We obviously talked about these false accusations on you of racism. Devin is right here to back that, just in case y'all think we're making that
Yes,
up.
I am. Yes, I am.
But before I want to say something, Dev,
Yes, I want to say a couple of things.
go ahead.
So, on the whole note of Ray being racist, that is false. I've been Ray's friend for over quite a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never, ever, ever heard him say anything racist my whole entire life. And you don't know how many times me, Barry, and a couple of the other boys been trying to get this man to say nigga. So I'm gonna be real, 100%. I'm black and Samoan. Found that out. Technically, it's not like Samoan, but it is from like the some island or something like that. It yeah. So to me, it's still Samoan. I mean, you know.
And through who?
I don't know, because my sister looked at ancestry thing and it said that we have some of it on the side of, I think my dad's mother, I think is where it comes from.
Well, I mean, you say that, to be honest with you, Devin, everybody is connected to something. That's the reason why racism is so stupid, because you can't, nobody could really be racist because everybody's linked to something. Nobody is a specific race. Nobody is white. Nobody is black. Nobody is Hispanic. Nobody is Asian. That doesn't exist. That is a construct made to divide. That's like having call shows and one going, hey, we're the best, better than everybody else. No, not necessarily. You know what I'm saying? It depends what's your best. Your best being what you're into, what you like. But at the end of the day, where are we all coming from? The same place. We're all call shows. So it's stupid for us to hate on each other, and it's stupid to be racist because for anyone that is racist of any ethnicity of any kind, guess what? You're connected to something. You're connected to everything. So you
Yep.
can't be racist, and that's the reason they say that we all brothers and sisters because it's true.
Mhm.
It's a
Yeah, we all
fact
believe the
that we
same
are.
colored blood.
Maybe socially we disagree to where it's like, oh, I don't know that motherfucker. Oh, my bad, I dropped my first F bomb. I don't know that person. Actually, I cussed earlier. Fuck that. Um,
Yeah, because
um, basically, I don't know that person, so I don't fuck with that person. But but in reality, we all family on the same planet. It's just how you think about it, and people can't think like that no more. Well, they don't think like that at all. But I mean, so the concept of being racist is stupid because it's like I don't know. It's like you hating the room that you're in, but you're in the room. I don't know. It's like a weird thing. Racism is weird, but nonetheless, let's get back to me and you, Ray.
Yep.
So you're saying you mentioned Trey. You mentioned Trey Jeter as the person because I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want your side.
Mm-hmm.
So be specific. I want you to be specific as we close this out on what you mean and what you're saying. So you talking about that when they sometime after your match with Shendon on that JTV 19 where you dropped the IWGP to him.
Yep.
You and I had a situation. I remember you was going into the Hall of Fame because you told me
Yeah.
you want to retire, and I said okay, no problem. I thought the correct thing to do was to honor you. We put out an honorable mention for you on Instagram and Facebook. Poster made of you being the Phoenix. You was on it. It was a very nice graphic, and the same day that happened, I don't remember what I found out, but I didn't like what I found out, and it turns out you're working with these guys or something like that.
Yeah.
I got pissed off. Oh, I think I know what it was. I had told we had a meeting or two with Shen, and you came to me and told me that they was basically manipulating you and this shit and that and whatnot. Me and Shen told you the first time, disregard it and just work with us and we straight. You didn't listen, and then we had to have another. We had to go ahead.
I was stupid and I basically was followed.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. We get that. You don't have to do all that. I'm just saying like what happened, the accounts of what happened. We understand you made a mistake. You already apologized a million times. You don't need to do none of that. But the thing is that the second time me and Shen spoke to you,
Yep.
I had told you again, like you really have to take time to think about what you're doing because you mentioned Trey, but I remember Jeff and Trey both trying to convince you that I was some sort of fucking tyrant, evil, manipulative guy, and that I was not looking out for you and I was using you, like you said earlier.
Yeah.
To me, that was very, very interesting, given the track record that we just talked about the last 3 or 4 hours on how you was absolutely well taken care of and well fed in JTV.
Yeah, honestly, if that is tyrannical ruler in this community, then the Toronto Maple Leafs aren't cursed.
All right, we'll add that on to the conversation. But you had, I remember, put out a show, and when you put this show out, prior to you putting that show out, and I might be wrong about one thing, because I think we may have had the conversation with Shen after the show, not before. I don't know when it happened, and I don't want to lie on here. But I do remember I tuned into MPW, and you and I have had a conversation in which pretty much we can't work with this guy anymore. And I'm talking about Trey. You know what I mean? We can't work with him because he's dirty, he's a piece of shit, all this other stuff, whatever.
That's not even talking about all the other shit that he's been done.
Yeah, absolutely not. We don't need to go into everything. We just this story is about Ray. This is not their autobiography. That's why I'm even mentioning
Oh, yeah.
any of this.
Absolutely.
So, and we got questions piled up that I want to try to answer. So I want to speed through this. I want to end this and then move on. So,
Yeah, 'cause it's time ticking.
Yeah, that
yeah,
long-term
hit-
content certainly seems to certainly kind of caught my eye.
yeah, hold on, because time is running out. So basically, you didn't say Jeff. I said
Yeah.
Jeff. You said Trey. That's what you said. So Trey was convincing you. Oh no. That's why I don't want to get interrupted because I forget shit. So I tuned into MPW. You and I had a conversation in which I told you that you
Yeah.
can either continue your ties with him or you can cut ties and you can keep working with us. It's up to you what you want to do. And you chose to stay working with us. At least
Yeah.
that's what you told me and Shandon verbally. But then all of a sudden, your show drops and Trey's on commentary. And I lost it. And I remember I reached out to you. And if you remember this, very ironically, very weirdly, instead of replying to me, you left me on red and then you blocked me. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I tried to basically.
Maybe you blacked out. Maybe
Yeah.
you blacked out. But
Yeah,
you
sounds like it.
you had blocked me because you didn't want to answer my question because I was pretty much confronting you on why the fuck was Trey there.
Yeah.
And you didn't call me, you didn't text me, you just blocked me. And I'm like, why would he do that? You know, after everything we done. So fast forward,
Mhm.
I think you unblocked me and I think you did try to talk to me or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember and I don't want to lie. But something like that went on. But you're saying that Trey was the one manipulating you, convincing you to leave us
Yep.
at that time. And he was the only one.
Mhm.
Trey was the only one. There was no one
Trey-
else.
Trey and Jeff did have a part in that too.
How did Jeff have a part? What did he say specifically?
Basically saying, "Oh, it's better over here than over there and stuff."
Okay, so he was egging it on. He
Yeah.
was egging it on. He
He
didn't
was-
tell you. Well, I mean, he did tell you pretty
Yeah.
much to leave. He pretty much told you the same thing. So it was both of them, but it was really more Trey.
Right.
Okay. You went over, and what happened? Tell the story. How did they treat you?
I went over. They basically put me in matches, not basically jobber matches, you could
Okay.
say. And,
All right.
Hold on. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
he's taking a moment. While he's taking a moment, we want to tell y'all to smash the like button, show support. We appreciate y'all for tuning in. We're getting ready to wrap up the show. Ray, are you back with us?
Yeah, for a minute, I gotta get ready to go.
All right. So, you know, I mean, we could take this into the second part. You know what I mean?
But I gotta go. So
Right now, you're stepping
Yeah.
out now. Okay.
yeah, it's
We wanna
5:19.
Thank you for being a guest on the show,
Yep.
Ray. We'll do a part 2. Don't worry.
All right.
All right. To all these questions, I'm gonna take all these questions down and try to see if we can get back to y'all. I don't know if I'm not gonna be able to save it. So please save your question and bring it on the next one. I would appreciate that very much. Ray had to step out. He's got church stuff going on. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate him being a guest on the show. I appreciate y'all being a guest on the show too. You know what I mean? And since we're here, we got a few minutes. We got a few minutes to spare. What would y'all want to say? Anything y'all want to say? Oh, wait a minute. Is Mark muted?
He is.
Yeah,
Oh no, he's not muted.
I muted myself.
Okay, no, that's good now. You fixed it. That was your headset, bro. It just sounded
Yeah.
like the
It always
Titanic.
does this.
Oh no, it's doing it again. Oh
Ugh.
god. Well, Mark, man to man, I really didn't like that you was trying to push your way through to get on here. This is about Ray. These guys came on here to support him, to talk with him, and we was trying to talk about a serious topic. We ran out of time. But
Oh.
you see, you're on here, since you want to get on here so badly, what do you want to say?
I was just, I was on here to support Ray too.
All right. Something y'all want to add? Anyone? Nick, Marcus?
Yeah,
Subscribe to
in all
JTV
honesty,
Wrestling.
everyone, prepare yourselves for part 2, which will be coming your way very soon.
Very soon. And speaking of very soon, Nick, we look forward to you stepping your candy ass in JTV very soon. That is, of course, if you can do that. Power to
I'll
you.
free up my schedule.
Power to you and Devin. Hopefully, y'all settle the score. To Marcus, to Mark, to all the
Honestly, I'll
rest.
make sure he's not over there in the parking lot when I'm leaving.
Yeah. Also make sure you don't keep interrupting me. And with this season coming to JTV and us hearing the news that, I mean, we pretty much are back. I was able to figure things out, which is the good news. Is just that we'll be back in about 2 weeks to celebrate next gen 10-year anniversary, and we're going to be getting Mega Rush ready and Chemical Warfare, which is going to be outstanding. And we're going to be ready for Ultimate Showdown 6. Ultimate Showdown 6 music video drop. A lot of interesting things been going on. I've been talking to some new talent trying to sign with us, and talking to people in JTV that I'm trying to get fired up and ready for the new season. Are y'all excited for the new season?
Hell
I
yeah.
definitely am.
I'm excited to see where this goes.
It's
Nick?
been a lot.
Me and you, JTV 19.
Bring it
I thought he was gonna flip him off. I was gonna scream. He just
I was
challenged Nick. I
pointing.
can't. Yeah, I know you was pointing. Calm down, Sting. Goddamn. I'm just saying, But yeah, I'm excited. JTB 19 coming back, new arena, new logo, a lot of fresh new things. Actually, all of our arenas are getting makeovers actually, and we're going to be fixing
And
the
the
belts
titles.
too. If you can hang on to your title long enough, Mark, we are going to be handing you a brand new championship title, and along with a lot of other people. Um, Marcus has the opportunity this year to see if he could win that hardcore championship if Colin could hold it long enough. And there's a lot more
Cashed in
opportunities
on.
going on. There's a lot of opportunities going on, and I'm excited. I'm excited for a lot of y'all. Um, any comments for any of these guys? Any questions in the comment section that I can answer? Let me look at what y'all sent when we start.
I certainly could say the one from Conscience definitely caught my eye.
Which one? Moonlight Pro?
Yeah, the films one.
Yeah, the Moonlight Pro. This right here is the question. Actually, let's show these questions before we leave. Let's go to the top. Okay, so drop the top podcast. What is your favorite match with Devin Kiloa? So
Well, I definitely can say that. I know this was supposed to be for Ray, and I don't know. Maybe it would have been that one where it went to a tie. I don't know. Ray can probably tell us that.
Yeah,
on the next part he's on.
We're gonna let Ray answer his own questions, but these are questions I want to highlight for the next episode. Well, I mean, we're gonna talk to Devin next episode, so we'll bring Ray back around 16. I'll be dropping soon when the episode 15 is gonna be coming out. Mike, Mark, check your mic, please. And so, what is your favorite match with Devin Kiloa? The next one is from Conscience. Will Moonlight Pro Wrestling ever do films like JTV Wrestling Films? I think
Definitely would love to see that.
I would love
got
to
some
see it.
ideas.
It'd be a good idea.
I would love to see it. I think it'll be. Yo, chill out, Mark. Don't unmute yourself like that, player. I muted that man. He unmuted himself. But yeah, and I like that. I like that. If the sound's messing up, I could mute you and you could unmute yourself. I think that's dope. What the hell are you drinking, Mark? Is that vitamin water?
Coffee.
Is that baby water? What is that?
It's coffee.
It's coffee.
Yeah.
Mark, it's 5 in the afternoon. You drinking coffee, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the reason you be like Beavis and Butthead on JTV. You know what I mean? And that's right, you butt heads with people. But nonetheless, we definitely want to answer that question for conscience on the next one. We also have who was your favorite opponent in JTV and MPW? We did not get to ask him that. So definitely looking forward to that. Another question comes from Chris Conscience says, well, it wasn't a question, but he's alluding to the Seal family versus the Kiloa family, which I think would be great television. If I don't do it first, I have no problem with Ray doing it first. I'm all for it, you know. So that's that. I didn't even get to
I
talk
have a
about it.
Kaiken family versus Kiloa family on MPW.
Oh
Trying to
yeah,
push that.
and it's been outstanding. Here's another question by Colin Klein: is the red streak in your hair a tribute to Tatanka? That's a very good question. I thought
Yeah,
it was.
I was
honestly,
wondering
I
that.
was kind of basically saying he should probably answer that before he left, but
Yeah,
it's
I
all
mean
right.
we'll get him back. We'll get him back and let him answer fairly. You know, we want to do things fairly. Another question from Chris Conscience.
This was
Oh, this was the same one. Okay, never mind. This is the same one from earlier. We don't need that one.
yeah.
We had a question from Marcus Holloway. Says, was it a question? No,
No.
he was just saying that he wasn't getting the opportunity, you know. But he's here, man. He got his open mic. I don't want nobody being held back. And another question.
Yeah,
Oh no,
literally
it was the same
literally the same
question.
one.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Conscience was trying to push this one for a bit.
He was trying to push it. I see that. He was definitely trying to push it, and we're going to try to see if we can answer it. But I think personally, in my own opinion, I think that Ray, he's probably going to have a lot on his plate to focus on an MPW film. I mean, I can tell y'all for sure that we filmed a lot of the Terminator, but the rest of it of what we need is just not there, and that's the reason why it's kind of been delayed for years, you know. And and it really got pushed back. If I didn't say this publicly, breaking news, bad news, the Terminator's getting pushed back. We don't have the resources that I really want yet to do it. There's a plan in place, but I can't share it just yet. And there's a project starting for another JTV film that I can't get into yet. But in terms of making a movie, making a film, it's hard. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
It's very
And
time consuming.
the hard work is in the work. Filming
Yeah,
is
and
fun. It's
yeah, for
fun.
me
It's
if
the
I
easy
was
part.
to sorry to interrupt you, Impact, but
Yeah.
if I was to basically do one of these, I certainly could say that there's also another thing. Both sides have to agree on a certain project.
hmm
I mean, that's all fine. I can agree with that. But the film, the picture, making it, writing it is hard. Writing it is
Yep.
harder than making it. Making it is easy. Once you have the script, all you have to do is just go and film and get the
Mhm.
dialogue. But writing the film to take time to do that, it's a lot. So would I like to see MPW films of some kind? Absolutely. You know what I mean? It's just that I don't know that he's going to be able to have time to contribute to it because Ray's a workaholic with MPW. He puts a lot of time into it. He cares about his product. Why it's good because he cares about it. And um, I think that the film could get in the way, but I mean, you got to
hmm
just time yourself. If he can time himself, I think he can make it work. I think so.
Yeah.
You know, time will tell, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where I'm at. I'm gonna take the next 2 minutes and close the show out. Something y'all want to add? Any other questions somebody might have?
Wait, Man Conscience basically saying Mean versus Devin in the last blood match? I don't know. Maybe for a future show. I don't know.
Oh, we do have comments that I wasn't looking at. Okay, thanks for the plug. Devin versus Nick in a last blood match. What the hell is a last? I know what a first blood match is. What is a last blood match? Is it the last bastard
Uh,
that
last
I
man
have
the,
standing
no idea.
cross with
the,
first blood match.
the one with the least blood at the end of the match loses or wins or what? Tell us what that is before we close out.
Yeah, honestly, Conscience, please enlighten us. I'm curious about this one.
While he's
That's a new
while
one
he's
on me.
while he's doing that, I want to thank once again my guests for this episode, Mr. Burke Lawson, Ray NAKAI. And I want to thank all my other unexpected guests that came out of nowhere. All these other psychopaths that walked in here and was like, "Oh, I want to play. I want to play too." And decided to join in the conversation. I appreciate you. But in all realness, I'm very proud of y'all. All the love in the world. I'm looking forward to this new season, kicking, some ass. And I caught myself there, and I'm excited, man. I'm very hyped, and I'm very proud of
Fuck.
y'all, and I hope y'all accomplish a lot. You know. So that's that. That's where I'm at. Smash that like button, show love. Y'all already know the deal. Would have liked to have had Barry on here. Maybe he could be on the next one. Malcolm Berry
Who
versus
knows?
Marcus Holloway. Ooh.
Ooh.
I
Who
think we just
said
got
that?
it's in the
Oh
comments.
no.
We
Oh
got the
no,
screen up
Barry.
right now. I
Oh
think
no,
I think
Barry.
I think folks. I think we got our next JTV 19
Barry,
match.
you crossing a
If Malcolm Berry has the guts to show up at JTV 19 when it comes back, I think it's safe to say, fuck Shendon, I'm booking that match. You know what I mean? So
Shinden was
Mark has already challenged Nick Kaiken. Would Nick Kaiken show up on the season premiere of that JTV 19? Would Malcolm Berry show up to face Marcus Holloway? I mean, that thing writes itself. All you got to do is make it a false count anywhere weapons match with a big smile on my face. You know what I mean?
oh
Yes.
no.
I think that works. And if they want to go backstage, let them go backstage. You know what I mean? Um, but I think those matches should happen. Sheldon should consider it for his show, unless he's planning to maybe book himself in the main event against himself for his title. I don't know what plans he
Oh
might have,
brother.
but it better be good. It damn sure better be good. So
Yep.
that's where I'm at with that. Looking forward to it. I'm hyped. I'm excited. I don't want to go off the air, but I should because this is going way too long. We want to thank
It's
y'all
almost
once
5
again.
hours long.
Smash that like button. All the love in the world. Y'all be easy with it. And until the next time, thank y'all for coming to the city. We'll see you on episode 15 with Devin Kiloa. Stay tuned to the Facebook for when that comes out. And we'll let you know when it's coming. Once again, JTV 19. I said JTV 19. I mean, it is coming back, but we don't have a date on it yet. But JTV Next Gen, episode 43 will be live from Phoenix, Arizona. I've made some phone calls to some people that I'm bringing in, and we have big matches for that night. 10-year anniversary of the event will be taking place on July the 28th. July the 28th, Next Gen will be returning. It is the new placeholder date for the show. I'm looking forward to it. When I'm telling y'all that shit is going to be dope, I'm lying. It's going to be more than dope. It's going to be just
Epic.
it's going to blow your mind because it's a lot of stories that's going to take place. And let's just say you have never seen Next Gen like this. Thank y'all for watching. Thank y'all for tuning in. Y'all be easy. And if you can, top that.